check it. The friend saying, the Irish, check Irish and step down. I'll tell you to.
He's a distinguished entrepreneur and the visionary founder of the esteemed 40 Under 40 Award. He's the author of the autobiography, I Can Never Be Mad Again. And he's a serial entrepreneur, a branding expert, and concept developer. Under his exceptional leadership, the awards have expanded across multiple regions, starting from Ghana,
then I'll have to WhatsApp
South Africa, the United Kingdom, and globally with an event held in Dubai. Mr. Abi's mission is to build legacies and celebrate emerging leaders who exemplify exceptional leadership, innovation, and community engagement, inspiring future generations to strive for excellence. Richard, the Director of Excellence Communications, with branches in Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and the United Kingdom, is also the founder of Possible Technology and a member of the Institute of Directors UK. He wears many hats, but at the core of all he does, he's a man deeply kingdom-minded. He's guided by vision and faith, and his life philosophy is, let no vision scare you. It's not just a catchphrase, it's the engine that drives with bold and trailblazing initiatives. So please help me welcome Mr. Richard Abi Jr.
They're about 6. They are upper batteries. Oh, bag away. Where's the bag? Bag away. Oh, man. Now come on, you cut away. With the way answer, we ain't giving cut away. What do you mean? And you have 3. I don't know.
4, 3.
What do you mean?
So in 17, and then 5 years ago, that's the economy. So we started to moved to South Africa, moved to Kenya, moved to Egypt, and we are back to the routine for a long time. So they will say home for a long time, except the fact, unless Zimbabwe and Tanzania, Nigeria,
what do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Can you hear me?
So 40 and 40 as a number did not just end with Africa.
Number me.
They began in 40 and 40 in South Africa. And we began in 40 and 40 in
Okay. I'm going to charge you on tea. I'll get you an earpiece. I'll get you with an earpiece. I'll get you an earpiece. Yeah, bye.
After that, now we started to the 40 and 40. So now the whole of
what do you mean? 3 times. channel 3. Channel 3. Oh, they've not plugged it there. I'm coming, I'll give you one. Prince, what do you mean? What do you mean? There's one thing about Ghana. 3. What's 3?
And even more there, I want to be that Louise, you enjoy Ghana, right? All these people have traveled far to be here. You might have to know that from Ghana. That's reasons for this. I'm going to be really fast. I think how guys are appreciated. Sometimes I tell people that appreciating is in terms of yes, I'm very interested because one thing you think is that when people appreciate you, it's more powerful than what you are. Now, yes, I've seen people who have cried, even when they give an award, because they do that. And that's why I'm not sure if they're here, I do have people and then we move. Okay? Now, go keep your best. Go keep your best. Are you here? From Nigeria. You are here. Are you here? Outside. Paula Kuali, you are here? You are here. And then you have one here from Kenya. Ramsey Peterson from South Africa. Somebody is coming now. And then we have now you have the group from Peru, which is Iman and Sibu. Iman from Peru. Stephen Ashisha from Nigeria. It's here yet, I guess it's coming. I have my head there, Christian from Kenya. Ishmael is going to head there. I have Angela Serusha, head there for the South African Festival. John Musumba from Kenya, representing 14 and 14 Africa. Most of the ladies are doing their head. Is Osama Tanu here?
Power on. 3.
I think I'm going to Asina Musa.
Power on. 3.
I didn't play with this again. I might have to be loud.
You set the channel. So how are we going to record it?
I will mention it. Sadat. Yeah, I will mention it. Sadat.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Give a short. I believe that before you leave the preach, that's what dialogue, learn something. I'll come back again to speak for this is just an introduction. I'm happy to have my friend Raymond Ablo. Raymond Ablo is here to talk to our So we started young, as very young as we are. I mean, the right of them and table somewhere in 2008. This man is a writer. I was one that people we have nothing on the ground. He's one of the greatest writers, and we are just the next. You have to learn how to start. I have to see you as your brother, helping you assist me. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to something we have an exhibition that is taken up outside. Please kindly go on board. Some of you and I have not felt good. Let's go. There are tablets that are going to sell to you and let's buy it. And then once the program will go up, you can come back and sell it to them. This is that. You have to start the dressing makeup which is not bad. See, you have Sarah Brand, you have Tanu, then you have PayAngel, you have cosmetic shoes, watches made here, shoes made here, gold tribe, and yeah, we'll try them all. Please, we'll take a break and we'll have to go the next thing and patronize what we have. Thank you very much, Africa. God bless you.
Tanu, who is the head judge. He's the man. We want to welcome him. He's the head judge of 40 Under 40 and chairman of Black Rock Capital. Tanu is a respected entrepreneur, investor, and a thought leader with extensive experience in corporate leadership, private equity, and strategic advisory across Africa. And he'll be sharing with us today on how to move from potential to performance, why Africa's next winners must stop explaining and start executing. We want to welcome Tanu.
They understand you.
Good morning. Much better. We have the top leaders of Africa for this.
Eben, he staged in the film. Because we talk about balance.
Apparently, I'm a Ghanaian by birth, but I'm a Kenyan. That's where I'm living most of my life.
Prince,
But
I know.
anytime I'm asked about
Then you go the other day. Prince is know you.
I'm African.
I say, Eben, check your
Is it
balance.
great to be African in this age and stage of your life? I didn't hear that. Is it great? Absolutely. And we must own the continent. You know, I think
It's okay now.
the challenges we have is sometimes, depending on where you're born, you get to think about the clan. Sometimes you think about the community. A few times you think about the country. But I want to challenge you all to focus on the continent, because that's where your growth is going to come from. That's how you're going to go to scale your businesses and enterprises. And that's where the inspiration is going to come from. Not the clan, or the community, but by looking at the continent. So I'm very happy to be here in Accra. Okay, on this Valentine's Day. By the way, happy Valentine's to all of you. Happy Valentine's.
This one
You
is
should
this one.
have told us to support some beautiful roses from Nairobi. Right? We never know. Maybe
Chief,
he has a
I'll send it to you.
surprise for us later on. So when I was asked to speak today, I said I wanted something a bit different. Each one of you in the room today, specifically the nominees, and some of you, the visitors and the guests who have today, are very accomplished. So, it's very little I'm able to tell you about your area of specialization. But probably there's a lot I can tell you about the type of mentality that it takes to scale your business.
Is it? Can I get a new one? Yeah. It was loaded on your page.
Performance. For many years, Africa has been called the continent of potential. Most of our countries got independence in the 60s, and so that's almost 65 years. So if you think about it, we cannot continually talk about from the perspective of potential. At some point, potential stops being a compliment. And it starts to become an excuse.
Okay.
Potential doesn't
I'll go ahead.
create jobs. And it definitely doesn't compete globally. Performance does. So we need to move from the conversation of we have potential, our business is our potential. Or if you remember, most of us, in terms of the report card will come and say, China is a very good student, has a lot of potential. What does that mean? If you go to your parent scorecard, they love the word potential, but they prefer the performance. Africa does not lack ideas. We do not lack talent. We do not lack belief. It is money globally looking for great ideas, passionate people. But we also have to remember that capital is not attracted to effort. It is attracted to predictability, scalability, and repeatability. So if your business idea, your business model is predictable, so you know year one, you're going to make $1 million. And year three, you're going to make $5 million. And if you continue executing in a particular way, you get to the $10 million. That's what capital chases. Predictability, the repeatability, and the scalability. So instead of us talking about potential, we need to perform, we need to deliver, such that we are able to take cognizance and take leverage of the ACFTA, which is a very wonderful thing that's happening to Africa in this generation. So Africa's gap is not potential, it is performance. Potential thinking says if we had a little bit more funds, we would do X. If we had a bit more infrastructure, we would do Y. Or potential thinking is also when we sit down and we say, well, we're doing well given our environment. Many times you go to other countries. I was in DRC the other day, and I asked an entrepreneur, so do you think you can scale this business, to multiple countries? And his answer to me was, well, DRC is a very difficult market. So given the environment, we're doing well. I want to challenge people with that type of mentality. Don't look at just the crowd. Don't look at just the community. Don't look at just the country. Look at the continent and see the potential and opportunity that you have on the continent. And look at ways that you are able to take, leverage that opportunity opportunities we have there. So instead of potential pain, and instead of giving ourselves excuses,
Ben, give me single
challenge
shots.
your mindset of performance thinking. Performance thinking differs from potential thinking of giving ourselves. The questions you ask, what is consistent? What skills do you want to be the best? Do I have a project? Do I have a deal? Or do I have actually a scalable business? What survives beyond my leadership? And what we do? Because it is important. And that's why Richard, I think 2 years ago, decided after really top 40 and the 40, we're going to decide to do a global top 40. Because we also need to be outside Africa. After thinking of the continent, conquering the continent, we need to look at the global markets. So what are the performance rules? We're going to move from potential to performance. You have to outgrow the hustle. Hustle builds survival. Systems build skill. You want to move your business beyond potential and move to a performance business which will scale. It's about systems. If your business depends on you personally, all your personality, it's not a company, it's a product. So we need to think different. We need to stop hitching vision and prove passion. A lot of times, as an Indian investor, people come to me, beautiful, manicured pitch decks. In fact, I see a lot of people have proficiency in PowerPoint production. It's called a PPP. Fantastic pitch decks, and they can pitch your vision.
Okay, change your shot.
Most often than not, in my later days as an investor, I tell people, it looks very beautiful. Why don't you go and get some traction? Now that you have an MVP, go do a POC, and you can come up with some real numbers. For those who don't know, an MVP is the first version of the product, and then you do some proof of concept. So stop pitching and prove traction. Vision opens doors, but traction keeps them open. Any door will open for you because you have a good idea. But for it to remain open, you need to show that you're actually executing and
Has it changed?
traction. Serious investors will always ask, who's going to pay for this product or service? How often they're going to pay? What is it going to take to scale times 10? And if the answer is, we'll figure it out, then performance hasn't started, and the traction is not there, and then the vision is not believable. The third thing about performance is thinking beyond the award cycle. This evening, a number of people are going to be awarded for the performance that you have had over the last 2-3 years. Whatever it is that has taken you to the position you're in.
Alright, you are free. You can change
The
your shot.
question becomes then what?
I know.
After that, what's then what? The market rewards discipline. Long-term growth comes from leaders who focus on making their businesses more valuable, more scalable, and more measurable. So I want to encourage you, because this generation, your generation, has the tools that 10, 15, 20 years ago did not exist. You have the access to people, to money, to markets. I keep on saying the best thing that has happened
You are free.
to us in Africa
You can change your shot.
is the signing of the Africa Continental Treaty. I was there myself in Rwanda this time. And the reason I went is I see how this can transform the way we do business. As Africans, in Africa, with Africans. And so we need to take control of these enabling tools that we have. There is no moral credit for people many years ago, there were many reasons why a company would say, look, I am a Ghanaian-based company. But with all the opportunities we have, there's no reason why we cannot take our businesses and our ideas across. So when the abroad fades, what are we going to do? After this moment, you have the award. What are you going to do? Because awards recognize what you've done in the past. But performance is built by what you change after the award. So in closing, what do I want to say? Africa will not rise on hope or prayers. You have to pray a lot now. Africa will rise on execution. Because the world does not reward potential. It rewards performance. The future will not belong to those with the best ideas, but those who tend those ideas passionately into performance. Thank you very much.
Can we give another round of applause to Ishmael? I'm going to invite you to turn to your neighbor and ask, where do you perform? And can you deliver?
YouTube.
He gave us a very powerful charge that we'll have to move from potential to performance. I'm very inspired. I don't know about you, but it's time for us to execute. So before we move to our next speaker, I'm just going to read out some number plates. If this is yours, please can you move your car? It's blocking at the front. GW19522. That's GW19522. And GS141521. If that is your vehicle, please go and move it. Thank you. So as we move forward, we just want to give a special thank you again to our sponsors, Kanzo Republic, JP Trustees Limited, PayAngel, Iris Hotel, and we also want to thank our partners, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, and the Diaspora Affairs Office. So now we want to welcome our next speaker. We want to welcome Ekwia Osu Odom, who will be speaking on behalf of Gertrude Elesa Doko Esper.
You shot me for applause. Bernard, you follow. Make sure to be. Definitely go to the person. Then you can change your shots.
And today I'm going to be touching on the Ghana Gold Board story and how it is changing the African story with value addition. Africa is rich in gold, rich in cocoa, rich in oil, rich in talent. But for far too long, we have exported our wealth in its raw form and imported back it at a higher price. We send out cocoa and buy back chocolate. We export gold and import jewelry. We export crude oil and import refined food. The list is endless. That must change. True industrialization means adding value to what we already have. It means processing, refining, manufacturing, and building strong local industries that create jobs for our people. It means keeping more of our wealth here at home. Across Africa, we are seeing encouraging signs. The African Continental Free Trade Area is opening doors to a single African market. This gives our businesses access to over 1 billion people. But access alone is not enough. We must act deliberately. To move forward, we at the Gold Board are focusing on 4 clear priorities. First, value addition and diversification. We are moving away from just exporting raw materials to exporting finished products. When we process goods locally, we create jobs, we grow small businesses, and reduce our dependence on imports.
On the program, they not specify the time they will close.
Smart and practical policies. After, must work for our manufacturers.
It can get to that
Our
point.
policies must encourage local production, support innovation.
Yeah, there is an award show at night.
That is why the Gold Board has been institutionalized to drive this agenda with a long view. Third, financing industrial growth. Investors must see Africa as a place of opportunity. That means stable policies, transparent systems, and strong institutions that attract long-term investment into key industries. At Gold Board, we are working hard with other institutions to encourage and redirect investment into value addition as opposed to raw materials. Fourth, investing in our people. Industrial growth requires skilled workers. We must strengthen technical and vocational training so that our young people like you can build, design, manufacture, and innovate. Countries like South Africa, Egypt, Morocco show us that when strong policy meets strategic action, industrial growth follows. And Ghana, through the Gold Board initiative, is also building steps to align with local talent for local outcomes. It is worthy of note that Africa's industrial sector has grown significantly in recent years. In 2019, Africa's industrial GDP expanded by 17%, with manufacturing value addition increasing by 30%. According to the African Development Bank, this shows that transformation is possible and is indeed happening. Here in Ghana, the Ghana Gold Board, established under Act 1140, has been given a clear mandate not just to oversee gold exports, but to ensure value addition. For the first time, Ghana has entered into a local gold refining agreement to promote domestic refining and jewelry manufacturing. This is historic. It means we are no longer satisfied with simply exporting raw gold. We are building capacity to refine, design, and market ourselves. Through its subsidiary, Gold Board Jewelry, this vision is becoming a reality. Gold Board Jewelry manufactures and markets beautifully crafted Ghanaian jewelry. They include wedding bands, engagement rings, handcrafted chains, bracelets, anklets, and many more, all responsibly sourced from our own local mines. In addition, Gold Board has introduced gold tablets in various ways: 1 gram, 5 grams, 10 grams, and 31 grams, which is equivalent to 1 ounce. It is providing citizens with secure and accessible investments. These tablets allow individuals to invest in gold and benefit from its appreciation over time. This is what value addition looks like. It means Ghanaian Let us move beyond raw materials and begin exporting excellence. Let us add value, create wealth, and take control of our economic destiny. As we build this new era of industrial growth, I invite you to support Ghanaian craftsmanship. Visit any gold jewelry showrooms at Diamond House, East Legon, Marina Malls Fintech, Tema, Osu, Edu, and the Kumasi Airport, and our stand outside. And enjoy from 5 to 30% discount this Valentine's season, and celebrate Ghanaian jewelry with us. Because industrialization is not just about factories, it is about dignity, it is about joy, it is about national pride, it is about institutions like the Gold Board, working together with people like you in ways to ensure that Ghana wins. Gold Board jewelry, pure, precious, and proud Ghanaian. Thank you.
You can be with us, and you always have come to you. You always stand by me. It is a way positive.
I'll be sure to go outside and I'll be sending my husband pictures as he's currently not here, and it's Valentine's Day, so I hope to go with some gold board jewelry after my stay here. So we're going to take a 10 minutes networking break. So it's currently 10 o'clock, and we'll come back at 10 past 10. Go refresh, go network, speak to somebody. This is a rich space. Go speak, go network, go contact, go tell somebody what you do or what you want to do, and we'll come back at 10 past 10.
Okay, zoom out. Zoom out. No, hey. Okay, it's okay. Just hold it. Prince, zoom out. Hey, my screen, Prince, give me the screen, please. Give me the screen. Say a Prince, leave it like this. Prince, let me say hello. Is it? Who didn't know between me and a charge? Even you come back and charge why? You bring a fancy charge. Catch it so when you run. Is it? No, we'll be there. Frame and Brian. The battery on fashion actually. The men do you know. When you visit charge Kaka, come on. Yeah. You better tell us something. What did I say? Your friend is saying? Anyway, bag anyway, camera bag anyway.
presents excellent benefits to How do you know the money is being used for one thing? Providing transactional and instant confirmation faster. It also facilitates access to basic healthcare education to attain SDGs and removes the need for third-party payment methods that are often costly, unreliable, or prone to misuse of funds. Take control of your remittances today. Download PayAngel, sign up, and start sending smarter. PayAngel, global payments, global delivery.
Go check it. Okay. Check it. wait, my type you in army. Type it, your friends. You see, boy, good board woman name is here.
But here's the problem. How do you know your money is being used the way you intended? Sending funds to a third party can be risky, slow, and unreliable. Introducing PayAngel Direct to Merchant Remittance, D2MR, a secure way to pay business.
We know where we
No misuse of funds and better security.
there's a we pay.
Is a guaranteed way to support your loved ones.
And then my calling. Oh, it's an call, yeah. Maybe Square.
Refresh. I've had a chance to network and speak at the meeting.
Free me win man why?
You can't leave this event without speaking.
Okay.
Equities is a very easy fight people. Because you don't know who you're sitting next to and where your next opportunity comes from. So as we invite everyone back, I'm giving you a minute for everyone to get back and sit and settle down. And then we're going to invite Jennifer Teke, who is a representative of PayAngel, and she's a strategic partnership manager, and she's going to share more about what they do. So let's welcome Jennifer Teke. You can do better than that. Let's give her a very warm welcome as she makes her way.
Power on. 9. 1. 1. 3. 2. 3. 3.
Good morning, everyone.
3.
You're having a very productive day
3.
and have made some very good connections. Have you? Awesome. PayAngel is proud to sponsor the 40 Under 40 Africa event, celebrating the achievements of Africa's top talents. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Richard Abe and a very warm welcome to our honorees, partners, and guests. Thank you for being part of this community. The conversations we're having today on tech, entrepreneurship, and impact are crucial for shaping Africa's future. Let's take a moment to appreciate our innovators, leaders, and influencers. We're making a difference. As we dive into today's discussions on innovation and leadership, I want to highlight how PayAngel's business portal can support your growth journey. Our platform is designed to simplify transactions, manage cash flow, and help you scale. Whether you're a startup or an established business, visit our table outside, wherever you can, and learn how to grow your business. Let's make the most of this time. Thank you.
Thank you again to our wonderful sponsor, PayAngel. Now I'm going to invite Ishmael and who is the Sales and Marketing Manager at Ishmael Hotel.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ishmael and Sales and Marketing Manager at Ishmael Hotel. So we are two staff property under the Mcdan Group, and we are also part of the Davis House brand in Accra. So we'll be going globally, and you might see our Davis House in Kuala Dubai, in London, or England. So as a two staff property, we provide several amenities to our guests. We have 189 rooms in the hotel. We have 4 conference rooms available for those who are looking to do meetings and events as well. And we have 3 different room types, which is the standard, the twin rooms, and then the gym suite as well. So we're just 5 minutes away from an airport for business travelers or leisure travelers as well. So you're always welcome to this house hotel. We're enjoying the view and the hospitality service as well. Thank you.
Thank you again to the wonderful sponsors of today. So we're going to play a little game. I'm going to read out a line. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I'm going to see if you can guess who our next speaker is. Are you ready? It's ready? Okay. You must listen well. Our next speaker is a dynamic leader shaping the future. He's the founder of 40 Under 40 Awards. He's an entrepreneur and event strategist who has built one of Africa's most respected youth recognition platforms, celebrating excellence, leadership, and impact across the continent. Who might that be? We're going to welcome on the stage again Mr. Richard Tanu, who is sharing on rebalancing faith and reality. Is Africa ready to march? We will answer the question. So let's welcome Richard on the stage.
question I asked is that
Light. Baby, there is no light there.
For instance, Moses Ali in Uganda, who is around 80, he can't even walk. This is how he walks. He won an election as a member of parliament. Now, these same people on Sunday are praying for change. But the same people will get on the same thing and then they want to say, this is the one that we want. When I was in the United Kingdom, my brother said something. He had left to live with a wife. And then he looked at the streets. The streets were clean. And he said, this is why this is why there is less prayer in the United Kingdom. Now, I understand this whole thing. It's a very critical thing I'm dealing with right now. But here you have to pray more because you never know when you can get sick because there's some kind of rubbish in front of you. You get sick and you start praying, God, heal me. But it could be that you could have cleaned the environment and you don't have a problem to talk to God all the time. I think one of the most disturbed person on earth and in heaven is our Father. Everything goes to him from us. Practical. They rather go to him and start talking to him about spirituality and all that. Probably pouring libations and calling some other gods in order to intervene on the problem. But the problem of Africa, it's from ourselves. So either somebody decides now to have an accolade and say that becoming a leader for years, it means that become an accolade that we can say that the most and the longest serving president. So the young man in Uganda will never get opportunity. In fact, because everybody that had grown at the time, and the reason I'm speaking about that young man is because he was a 40 and a 40 nominee in 2022. But I will still bring M7. Uganda, this is not against you, but I'm saying they will bring M7. Whereas there are still problems in the country. The same people probably will be beating up the same people, but they will still have to bring him to power. And yet we still go back and start not being real, but dealing with what we call spiritualities and going back and speaking to God about things that we could deal with it ourselves. The streets, for instance, on the road in front of my house is still untarred. Many is untarred. It's going to take time for them to tar those kind of roads and all that. It's going to cause dust. It's going to make sure that I'm going to have a problem in terms of my paintings and all that. But when I pass through the streets of maybe in another country, for instance, you realize that, Charlie, you're walking on a very, very beautiful road and all that. So such person may not be involved in some kind of ailments that he has to now go and get some maybe lung problems and deal with it or not. That most of the problems that happen in Africa, it is coming from our own selves. That is why we are the problems, in fact, we are the kind of change that we seek. We are the same change that we seek to. If we don't change our mentality. The first time I decided to open a company in the United Kingdom, somebody wrote on Facebook and said, be prepared for taxes. See the mentality issue here? So resetting the mind. The issue is that you cannot survive on the land of the British or something because there will be taxes of 20% and all that. But you and I know that in that same country, for instance, when I owe a VAT, a VAT, right? They write to me and tell me, Mr. Abe, you're owing £680. Please pay. What happens in Africa? You publish the person in the media. This company is owing, he's a thief, he has not paid. And then you blacklist the companies in Africa. And how can that company grow? Because you expose them to the public and say that. Meanwhile, in other jurisdictions, you are giving the chance to pay. Politics have divided everything on the continent to the extent that Africa thinks that he must spend more money in luxury and probably wear the best of chains and all the time and then goes to meet the king in the United Kingdom, but he's wearing a lot of chains and gold. It shows that you are worthy. But when you come back, you realize you are not worthy. Now, if we do not change our mind and thinking that we are limited to a certain thing, we are limited to this, even the sky is not yet the limit because you are the limit in the first place. So when we don't change our mind and mentality and begin to think that this is where we are not going to move to another direction. We're not going to take over companies. We're not going to become global companies. And we think that we have to be in South Africa, be in Tanzania, be in Ghana. No. Exodus made a decision that no, it's not just going to be in Ghana. The nations are within us. So we took a decision and said, we cannot just be in Ghana. No. So the last time I saw the 40 under 40 global, and I saw Czech Republic, Berlin, India. I sit in Ghana because of credibility and integrity and taking a risk, which I'll come to that as an African, knowing that, of course, I can conquer the world. I open up nominations and receive from the world. It doesn't need me to move to India to go and do an event, no. It only needs me to probably create something and reset my mind and begin to think that I can take up the continents and I don't need to be limited to this place. If you start a business and you think that the limit is just the country you're in and that's the end of it, you are not building a global business. Africa continues to pray because it doesn't even empower its own people. Let us hear news about Dangote and his oil firm being bent. That will be the news for, is it Reuters or Reuters that you mentioned all the time? BBC has the fun of showing things that are evil on this continent. He hasn't shown that some of you are into real estate. He doesn't say that there is a kid, there's somebody, a chef here. He doesn't say all these things. If we don't reset the whole mind and begin to project the things that are on the continent. So journalists spend their time showing bad things on the continent. There are still people who think that there are people who are jumping from trees to trees here. But we're not jumping from trees. We are looking beautiful here and all that. One woman went to the United Kingdom, and then when she started speaking English, the woman was like, oh, your English is impeccable. How? When did you, or where did you learn it? Here's the question. Oh, your English is... He said, I just learned it at Heathrow. That's sarcastic. Watch it. Because he asked me, where did you learn the English from? You speak so well. So when I go to Heathrow and I learned it. Very sarcastic, right? Yes. Because sometimes the mentality is that this is how we limit ourselves. Another thing I realized that I was trying to look into companies that own other companies outside. The last time I was sitting with somebody, we were discussing that does Africa try to penetrate, take a risk? Because the risk level of Africa is very small. Like people don't like taking risks. Yeah, that's the problem. You know, we limit ourselves to a certain point and that this is the end of it and that's it. We're not breaking the barriers. So I am not a planner. It's funny, right? Failure to plan is planning to fail. That's what they say. But I'm not a planner. And when I say I'm not a planner, people don't understand. What it means is that I don't go by them. Because if I look at the plans that I want to follow and I say that if I want to do an event in South Africa, it's going to cost maybe 500,000 rand. When I look at the money and I write it down, I will not do the event because it will scare me. So I let my vision scare me. When your vision scares you, right, when you wake up, you are even scared. Every morning when I wake up, I'm scared. Now, I'm scared of my own vision, my own self. Because I want to break barriers and move beyond that. And that's the resetting of the African mind. That if we can understand that we have to take, look, when you go outside, you see corner shops by Indians, corner shops by some Nigerians, corner shops by some other people. More African countries are interested in cleaning. You clean for 30 years. And you cannot come back to your country. You go on all these Mediterranean Sea or whatever and die and leave people just because you want to survive by getting pounds and dollars. Look, there's money on this continent. There is money on this continent. You must look for problems and not solutions. Sometimes I create problems for my own self to see the solution. It's funny, right? I create the problem. Let me see how will the people react. So it becomes a hypothetical situation. When they react, I say this is the solution for them. If you begin to see problems, then you see money. But when you see solutions, you are solving what has been solved already. Resetting the African mind, a giant step to global dominance. What do we do in Africa? One person gets to know that you are the one behind a particular event. He thought it was an American that was doing the event. He gets to know he's a Ghanaian. Then because he's an African, when he's dealing with you, he changes the whole dynamics. He doesn't believe in the process. But if it is somebody outside, he follows process. Now he gets to know, oh, it's an African that is behind the whole thing. So somebody wanted a trademark in Libya. And then, please time me because I don't have 25 minutes or 20. I like practical talking. In Libya, he wanted a trademark for the 40 under 40 brand. We started talking. He didn't know I was the one, so because he could hear my voice. And then later on, he goes to know he's a Ghanaian guy, like he's a Ghanaian. Oh, my brother, how are you? Now, every policy I send is now changing. Oh, let's negotiate. You don't do this to somebody else. It's say, let's begin to negotiate on the trade market. And I said, no, we don't do that. It's a process-driven thing, and that's it. In Africa, when you're credible, people take advantage of you. That's another problem of our mind. When you are credible, people start taking advantage of you because you want to follow process. If we don't reset our mind, that's where the corruption begins. The reason why we become corrupt is that because the greed level in Africa is too much. And that's the problem, because let me own everything and not give somebody. And I spoke about the fact that how do you develop the capacity of your own people? We find a business that is doing well. There are businesses that have come here and are exhibiting, for instance. What must Africa do? Note the people that are doing very well and invest in the people. Capacity building. The problem of this continent, we don't even invest in the young people that are coming up. You're a business, once you're a startup, when you pick up a phone and you call somebody, oh, young man. But we despise not little beginnings, and that's why we get here. If we begin to invest in the people that are here, that this is what you do food, or maybe you do this kind of item, you produce shoes. For instance, I'm wearing Horseman shoes. Please put your hands together for Made in Ghana shoes, please. Another problem, so I'm trying to talk about reality here. To write your name inside, it takes a bit of time. Then you have a gentleman that invests into doing this. I'm wearing Caveman. Put your hands together for Caveman. Now, I'm wearing Fugu as well, that you can see. This is the Zambian problem that we had recently. I have nominees from Zambia, so I'm being very careful. And then I think initially it was called as a blouse. But a lot of people have liked it. I think Sunny says she wants one and all that. This is African. So if in your lifestyle and you want to prove that you're African once in a while, at least your life, not to say you cannot dress, but once in a while you have to prove that indeed you're an African. So I now wear this from Mo Tribe. Or I wear the trousers that is sewn by my own wife, Sarah the dressmaker. The point is that we can break barriers that we don't think we can break. Look, when I was in Dubai, because we don't like taking risks, when we hear funds, like you're going to do an event, and they mention to you, you have $20,000 to spend. Once you hear that, because the risk level and the appetite for risks, you see, you must have appetite. Like, you see the way KFC is, when you see KFC, or when maybe Chef Ransley prepares food and you see it and he's dressing with all those things. The way you desire is the principle of success. The African must begin to desire. Okay, I have a few minutes to go here. Okay, now, so that position. The African must begin to desire, to yearn, to say, I'm going beyond the boundaries. That I am going to excel beyond certain boundaries. And that's what we did as 40 Under 40 Africa. Now, people are calling us from the US and say, bring 40 Under 40. Somebody said, bring it. I said, no, we cannot. It's tiring. So we just took a decision to do the global one. When we opened nominations this year, we didn't even do any advertisement. You know what happened? Because the nominees themselves then had gotten out there, so people just started getting into it. But I sit here from Abosoka and from a certain place in this country that people will not respect that somebody will come out from there. Why? Because you never gave up. Prayer is very good, but hard work is important. There's a principle of work. The reason why Bill Gates will continue to make money is because principle of work. He who does not work must not eat. You cannot be lazy. As an African, that's a problem, that we become lazy. We want to eat from where you have not even sown and all that. And so, in that form of laziness, we don't push hard, and I'm not saying everybody, we don't push hard to go to break the boundaries that we have to break and go out there. If you desire as an African, the next thing I say is that your decision to make it happen is very important. Discipline is one of the most important things I have learned in my life. We have not slept since yesterday. Because in Africa, you have to keep praying. This morning, I have to be praying. You see the problem I'm talking about, why we are praying too much. That the one setting up the chassis should be able to move his car to come in, because he said he's going to be here from 1 a.m. He came at 5 a.m. Why won't I pray? Oh. No, I'm not too good at standing, or the light is running. No, I'm not sure I can position myself at one place. So you need to help me out. You know, say I should stand here. Abiyago, do you think I should stand like this? I think there should be a flow. Okay, I will circulate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please. You see now, George, I've lost it. Where was I? I was talking about this. When I go to Egypt, or let me say when I go to Dubai, when I travel to United Kingdom, when I go to other countries, including some other African countries, by the time I get there, setup has been done already. I don't need to talk. In some African countries, The reason why you have to continue to pray is because you don't even know when you are registering a company, whether the one who is registering the company will not even make it fast, because human interferences are too much on the continent. Now AI is coming. You see that some jobs are being lost because human interference. Sign the document for me. Sign this for me. It's a problem. Bureaucracy, red tapeism. It's a problem for the young entrepreneur because everything is blocking the successes or success. You cannot move forward because something must be done by somebody, and the person is delaying. You have to end up praying and asking God, Father, please touch the heart of this guy. Let him come and put some coal tar on my road. Meanwhile, the reality is that if people decide to become real and become to do what they have to do, we don't need to be getting all the time and disturbing, going on our knees and praying and all that. That's why when you see a lot of people critique the Christendom, and I am a true Christian, but they critique the Christendom because you've spiritualized everything and not being real and working hard. If I was sleeping, I came here and I left here almost, slept around 2 a.m. By 3, I was still talking to the person who was working because people have traveled from Africa. I cannot mess around here. Came back here, the vendor says the car is still on the road. This is the problem. You have to now pray and pray so that God will touch the driver, will move faster. And all that. Why should I even be doing this? Somebody gives you a time and say that we'll deliver your things by shipping to you in Africa. Honesty is a problem. There are times people have tried to manipulate my mind on these awards. And my judges here. I've seen things. Because but when it's a black guy, it's a skin. No, this guy you can. I was here in South Africa, somebody called me. I remember I called my head judge in South Africa. Somebody called me and says, we can speak our language. So that when one is sold, you can broadcast all over the world and I lose my credibility. Integrity is the most important thing. The only one as a business, when you begin to start, your integrity can let you get a loan from somebody because they believe you can pay back. That's why we say sometimes it's the ideas and not necessarily the financials. Because if you have credibility, you can talk to somebody and get money from that. Nobody can buy 40 under 40. I say it. Nobody. And I say to you, look, support system that I spoke about, and that happens. How many minutes do I have, please? Are you checking me? Because I can speak on and on. So please kindly let me know if I am getting there. These are real talks. Are we having a conversation? Yes. So that's why I said when you're credible on the continent, people take advantage of you. You know why? Because then they can say, oh, he's credible, so let's tell him, let's use the process to bypass him and all that. Just because you want to do what is right. You get attacked, you get into problems because you want to do what is right. That you say, no, you will not want to do this. We need to rise, and let me tell you the principles of the peace that I speak about all the time. Is that know the place you're going, and that's the vision that you must have, and that scares you. So when we started, I have a vision. The vision is the one that leads me. I don't lead the vision. In Africa, we must try to learn how to let vision lead us and build generational kind of company, not the one that ends with your son. So it starts Richard Abbey and Co. And then that's it. People build businesses. The Coca-Colas and the rest and the KFCs have survived over the years. What is our continuity process? How does Africa begin to say that this thing is sold here, but it wants to be sold outside? So when I saw maybe, let's say, Ransley came in and said, okay, now he's thinking deeper and looking at where he can do a fine dining in Ghana. Council Republic, one of the sponsors, says that, okay, I'm serving food on the drive-thru, local food on the drive-thru. How do I open a branch? Look at Nando's in UK. Why are we still holding our businesses within the country and not expanding? And allowing others to expand. The West expands and brings it to you, you consume. So that cocoa is something you might have not seen. It goes out, and the chocolate you prefer is Cadbury because it's sweet and there's sugar. Have you tasted cocoa in Ghana, the chocolate in Ghana when you came? Some of the nominees. Maybe you have to taste it. Tonight you taste it. The content of it and the cocoa percentage is more. But the one you and I eat, sugar problem, BP, because there's too much sugar in it. And when the West want to make things nice for you, tell you eat breakfast is the most important thing you have to eat because he want to sell cornflakes. So he forced you to say breakfast is the most important thing. Sells that idea to you, and because he wants to buy cornflakes in the morning. It's a whole trick system. You're living in some kind of facade, some kind of the whole mental problem designed to brainwash the African mind. you think that when you are growing and you see pictures, I have always said that when people have seen pictures and the pictures are of different race and color, then they begin to get attracted to it than their own self. Let's begin to understand these things. And I'm going to end it quickly. Say, you're still not calling me. I'm ending it quickly, briefly, so I can go and then we can have other speakers to come. Know the place you're going. And remember that you pay a price for everything that you have to. Understand it. You have to pay a price for life. So people giving up very fast, I get a little worried. Please stop giving up. And I've said it, and I say it every time at my event, that when we began and we traveled and we went to a United Kingdom, we said we are coming to do event. We don't know anything in there, but we got there. At times when you plan too much, it doesn't end anything. You know why? Because you are now going to navigate the skills and the strength and things and how to enter into this country and take the risk. Take the risk and go. Hit your wall to the head. Break through and make it. When we went at the first time, we opened nominations, only 10 people came through. Hey, I said, are we going to do this? Then they were telling me, I said, remember, we'll do it. We opened again, then it started going to 70. When we did the event, they were wondering whether it was somebody, one of their own colleagues. And I said, they realized I was different. When we finished the event, we came home with 19,000 pounds loss. Please, 19,000. Convert when it was 20 cedis. Convert. Now, I mean, favorably, the government has tried to make sure stabilize the currency. We came home. We didn't sleep and say we'll not go back. Africa must change his mind and say, I have lost. Learn. If you're an entrepreneur, you must embrace loss as you embrace profit. If your intention is to make profit all the time, please, you're in the wrong direction. Embrace loss. We embraced it. We went back again. We came the second year, the same thing. Even the third year, in South Africa, my head said the same thing. We went there. Another loss. Bam! First year, we still went there. We are still there. You don't give up as an entrepreneur. If you reset the mind to understand that giving up is not an option, you can be wherever you want to be. And I've said it several times. If you give up on your own self, I don't know what your father will do to you, because the thing is that you are giving up on yourself. But when you consistently understand discipline tells you that wake up at 5 o'clock. Discipline tells you listen to your alarm. Discipline tells you that control your finances and begin to delineate from your friends and family and stop spending the money anyhow. Discipline tells you that you have to control your flesh. Two enemies in your life is time and money. In fact, time and flesh. This one is the closest enemy, this body. You have to deal with it. And you are living on a borrowed time. Everybody here. That time you have is borrowed. This is borrowed. Because what you wanted to do, you couldn't have done it, but you're trying to do it. So you live on a borrowed time. You have no time. You have to move and execute things in time. Let's end the conversation. But let me thank PayAngel. Oh, nobody's clapping. That's just by the way. So we'll be here for questions and answers. We'll discuss Africa. This is why we're here, to do dialogue and all that. Thanks to PayAngel as well. Let me thank them for him. And they have a business portal that they will be signing up some few of you if you want to have a business portal where you could receive money directly. That's another thing in Africa. You can't even generate a link from your bank account and send for somebody to pay you, because we are always afraid that there will be wrong laundering and all that. So everything is rectipism. You should have a link and generate, and people should pay you. That's all. Not a third-party system. It comes into your account, and that's what PayAngel is trying to do. And thanks to Council, who is providing food all along. Thanks to JP, one of the best fuel. The motor rider who was leading you. You know why you didn't get him on that day? He bought the wrong fuel, and he injected problem. When he came back, he couldn't ride the motor. We had to go back and came for JP because the fuel is additive. So it's the best fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You're going to use this. You like this one?
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to ask you to stand and stay.
Rodna here, ladies and gentlemen, not until some time that I could understand that we have built something that is so strong. We open up speakers that people should apply to speak. Rodna is one of the few people who wrote from United Kingdom, even though she's Zimbabwean, right? Zimbabwe? And said, I want to speak. And she decided to take the cost of flight on herself to come to Ghana. Please, put your hands down. I didn't know a time will come that Exodus and my team will build a brand where it's attractive to bring somebody here. I'm a little emotional when it comes to this thing, but thank you very much, Rhoda. I'll be waiting for your questions.
I had to be a part of this. As soon as I saw it, I knew that I had to be in Ghana, Accra. So thank you. So I know
Richard, you've been planning, preparing, you've been running around. We've just been seeing you on the tour. You've been there, you've been everywhere. And I believe that you have a surprise that you don't know about. So I'm going to invite Patrick. Yes, I'm going to invite Patrick, who's going to present something to you. Yes. He's coming.
Okay, so thank you. Please a round of applause once again for our honored, wonderful gentlemen. So one way or the other, myself and my wonderful colleague over here, Eric we actually happens to be 40 under 40. Pardon me.
Last year.
Yeah, I mean last year, Ghana, right? And we know that 5th of February was a very wonderful day for a man worth to be celebrated. And so the entire, let me say, nominees for last year, 40 under 40 Ghana, we thought through to put together this to be presented to our man. So this is it. It's a portrait to you.
Thank you very much.
Exactly.
This is a very good marketing strategy for William as well. Thank you very much.
So please, once again, God bless you for your good work.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right.
You can take it now, yeah?
Okay.
All right, Ronald.
All right, man.
Take it for now.
Thank you very much. Oh, I like the mic. I like being able to move. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Richard was talking about vision. So as we go back to our respective homes and our respective places, start looking for problems and being the solution to the problem. Don't complain about the problem. Do what? What should you do? What should you do? Be the solution. Find the solution. So as we move on, I'm going to invite Dr. Ishmael Ni Amano Dodo. He's the Director and Head of Partnerships and Markets for the 24-Hour Economy. Dr. Ishmael Ni Amano Dodo is an accomplished economist and policy expert focused on driving strategic partnerships, market development, and sustainable economic growth. He will share insights on resetting the African mind, a giant step to global dominance. So let's welcome Dr. Ishmael Ni Amano Dodo.
Good morning. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone. I'm not red, but I think that we really enjoy ourselves. I'm very delighted to be here. This is a wonderful opportunity. And please, let's celebrate our brother Richard. This is wonderful. It's no mean achievement to bring such incredible Africans who are here, very well achieved Africans, and pull them on a day such as Valentine's Day to come and discuss about the prospects of Africa and how we can actually build this continent together. For me, when I received the opportunity, the invitation to come, I didn't hesitate because I believe that there comes a time in the lives of every generation that somebody needs to stand up and say, well, enough is enough, and we have to do something different. There have been a lot of rhetorics about Africa. And It goes many dimensions in terms of how people describe the continent. To the extent that when one of our friends who's white will come to Ghana from the US and you ask him, where did you go? I went to Africa. But you know, Africa has 54 countries, but I went to Africa. So there's all misconception about what a continent is. So in dealing with this subject about how do we change our mindset, what are the things that we need to focus on in order to shift the continent from where it is today to our aspiration, I thought I should interrogate one of the questions that we interrogated when we were developing the policy and the program document for the 24-hour economy. Now, by the way, the 24-hour economy is Ghana's economic transformation blueprint, and it is aimed to catalyze industrialization, advance exports, and create jobs. It's an economy that is modeled after adding value to our raw materials to the extent that we'll be able to minimize export of raw materials and produce value-added products here in Ghana and find its expression in market overseas. Looking at how we transform our production system, how we address market and supply chain efficiency, and how we invest in our workforce. So this is the economic transformation blueprint that we have developed for Ghana. And we believe that when we succeed, it's going to become a model for Pan-African economic emancipation for the continent. That is our vision. But anyway, as we're interrogating that for Ghana, we asked the question, what is Ghana that we actually are so proud of? What differentiates us from other countries in Africa? And I wanted to interrogate the same question to you. When you look at the continent of Africa, what differentiates us from other continents that we know? Why are we so passionate about building the continent? Is it because we are just here by no fault of ours, or we didn't choose it when we're here? So, by default, we have to do something for survival. Or we're actually very passionate about leaving a legacy tied to how we help to build a continent that provides opportunities for generations and generations after we are dead and gone. And I think this is the first question that you need to interrogate as you sit here. Why am I here? Why do I care so much about this continent? And why do I care about what I do in Africa? Now, when we interrogate the question for Ghana, first, we discovered that the name Ghana means Garden of God. And that everything that you has the premium quality that is unequal to anything you find in other country. So our cocoa has the highest premium quality to the extent that we use less than 2% of the essence of the cocoa beans to generate the nutritional quality needed by Cadbury for its chocolate. So our cocoa, in essence, is a veneer. We discovered that the deposit of gold in the northern part of our country is 5 times what we have already exploited since 1957 in terms of volumes. We discovered that right under the bed of the riverbed of the Volta Lake, we have the deposits of rare timber species, mahogany, ebony, that can last Ghana in terms of our exploitation of it for 150 years. And we discovered that right here in Volta region, you can produce coffee that has 40% nutritional quality than Robusta coffee that is being sold in the market. And we discovered that our oil and gas, the crude oil, has the premium quality than most crude oil in the world. So What then do we have to do in order to make sure that we can leverage all these important opportunities that Ghana has for its transformation? And I think this is the question that I like us to explore as we shift our mindset. Today, the world has got to a point where it is actually akin to what we found during the pre-colonial times. There's a gang up geopolitically where everybody is actually coming to Africa to scram for the resources that they need. So there's a serious geopolitical shift in the world, and Africa is not part of what is happening. For example, today in the United Nations system, Africa has no permanent seat in the Security Council since 1945. We have seen the dependence of China, Russia, European Union, the US on Africa's rare minerals for the structuring of the next industrial revolution, which is targeted in technologies and electric cars and so on and so forth. So we, the citizens today, we are caught up in the situation where, and this is all of you, we're caught up in a situation where there is a plot to exploit the continent in ways that was exploited in pre-colonial times. That is a massive strategy to ensure that we will make the same mistakes that our forefathers made from 1957 onwards. So the question in shifting our mindset today is to ask, what should be our strategic positioning? And how do we do this in ways that ensure that Africans themselves will be the ones that will take advantage of the enormous opportunities that we do have and drive our own economies? Today, Ghana has a GDP of 87 billion per year. Now, this GDP is controlled by 3 countries that are external to our country. So if you look all around you, you will see the expressions of Turkey, the expression of India, and the expression of China. Even the print that I have today, I'm wearing on today, is digitally printed from China. The last time I checked, China is producing the fugu and selling it in Canada. So, this is an epochal moment of reflection. And a reflection to say to ourselves, no more. But we must be able to position ourselves to tap into this enormous opportunity and drive it ourselves. We must be the leaders of our economy. We must be the leaders of our economic transformation, the leaders of our production. To the extent that every product that anyone could find in any market in Africa is produced from the hand of an African, that is the point we have to get to. And if all of you here are entrepreneurs, then you have to understand that your work will not be finished unless you are totally dominating as captains of industries that drive African economy. And for us to get there are a couple of things that I will offer to you first to do. Number one, you need to appreciate the significance and the unique values of the continent that you belong to. The world is looking for the values that we possess as Africans. The values, the Ubuntu values, the shared humanity values. The values where we build communities for us to grow. The values of respect, the values of integrity. I'm a traditional man, and I grew up in a palace. When people talk about corruption today and the lack of integrity that we find in politics, it surprised me. Because the inherent value of the African is respect for elders. It's respect for humanity, your brothers and sisters. It's an extension of love to your community. There was a story being told that was told by a writer reflecting on African values in the continent in colonial times. And a story, I'm just paraphrasing it, went like this, that a white man died somewhere in the village, and they collected all the things that the white man possesses, the British white man, and kept it for over 30 years until their family came back and took the things. What does that tell us? We as Africans, we have an inherent values that the world is looking for. The value for selfless integrity, respect for others, and values that ensures that my brother will succeed and then I will succeed. And therefore we must help each other. We need to really build a community in which there is shared humanity. There is shared prospects for what we want to achieve together. So embrace the African values. Go back to those things. So when you are occupying a position in public office, you do not steal. When you are doing business, you do not cheat your brother. You don't think too much about profit, you think about wealth creation. You don't follow about riches, you follow about wealth. You build relationships that are enduring. And you share what you have with others. This is what would change what we do as Africans. Number two, we need to be determined to raise our own capital to deploy in economic ventures. Because our capital is all over the place. We do have what it takes to be able to invest in our economies. We don't need necessarily foreign direct investment that is coming in before we can be able to do things. And I'll explain why. How many of us know that there's something in Ghana called kenke that we eat? One of our foods, our staple food is made of corn, it's called kenke. Now, let me give you an idea of the starch of wealth that we do have, that we have to be able to be creative and innovative in order to bring them out and invest into our own communities. If you drive from a place I call Choco, it's on the coastal place, all the way to Pram Pram. So just imagine Choco to Pram Pram. You can note it down and try and find them on the map. For our brothers and sisters who have come from outside of Accra, outside of Ghana. There are 3,000 kenke sellers. Each of them make sales of 3,000 Ghana cedis per day. That's about 9 million Ghana cedis per day. Now, and they operate every single day, so 30 days, 270 million cedis per month. That's about $27 million. Now, fast forward per a year is about 3.24 billion Ghana cedis. This is about 300 million Ghana cedis. That's for 3,000 kenke sellers. And these are people that sell by the streets. So it's an informal sector. And guess what? The $300 million, which is the 3.2 billion Ghana cedis, is held up under their beds. They are not in the bank. Because these are people that don't save. My mother used to sell, and she never saved money in the bank. And the last time she lost her money, because the mouse actually chewed the pages or chew the money. All right? So, right from the stretch of Choko to Pram, there is $300 million to be made by informal sectors of people that are just selling kenke. Now, if we have developed a Ghanaian solution which will be attractive to the kenke sellers, so that they, rather than keep the money under their bed, they put the money through an instrument, let's say a fintech instrument, that is attuned to a culture that they trust, then you will be targeting a client of 3,000 kenke sellers, raising about $300 million that you can put in securities and create more wealth. Not just for the kenke sellers, but other people. So money is all over the place. So if through AFTA we are going to make $450 billion of market, ask yourself, is it going to be you or going to be the Indians, the Turkish, and the Chinese? Who are going to control the market economy? And I understand that by 2050, our market economy is going to be $32 trillion in Africa. Who are the controllers of this market economy? In terms of services, in terms of goods, in terms of agricultural products? Now, if the rare earth metals are going to be extracted into renewables, into IT technologies, into other forms of electric cars and digital technologies of sophisticated margins, are we going to be the ones that are going to exploit, or are we going to leave it to the hands of the European Union, to the hands of Chinese, to the hands of Turkish, and to the hands of Indians? This is the question that you need to understand, which means that you have to find innovative ways to be able to build capital in order to deploy in, for example, any rare earth mineral resources. Now, all of you seated here, since the 40 and the 40 started, I believe that we're talking about over 300 people that have gone through your hands. Now, I can comfortably say, because of your achievement, each of you is able to pull $2,000 down today. That's about 300 times 2,000. That's about $3.2 million today. Each of you is able to do this today. So right here in this room, if we were to use a fintech instrument, and all of you agree, those of you who have been champions of this summit, you could raise $3.2 million here today. Now, if we were able to do this by expanding the margins to 10,000, that's probably $32 million. And this is more than enough to capitalize a fintech instrument that can mobilize diaspora finance and be responsible for taking concessions in rare earth minerals, concession in oil and gas, concession in agribusiness, and controlling the value chain of our natural resources. So we have to be very innovative. The third thing that all of you need to consider is to be smartly entrepreneurial. Being smart as an entrepreneur and being very strategic in terms of building the right relationships among yourselves that can promote the market of your goods. That the Africans need to build an ecosystem and a community of trust. So if we are talking about 1.2 billion population, we should be controlling the African Development Bank. We should be sitting, the African Union should be sitting as the chair of the African Development Bank, not the US, not the Chinese, not the Asians. But why should we have an African Development Bank that is not controlled by ourselves? The reason being that we as a community have not decided that we will look inward to build relationships, build the markets, develop our products, and use them for ourselves. To the extent that softwares that are driving economies, whether in electric cars or whatever, should be coming from us, and we should be patronizing it. In other words, we should be patronizing our own products. Why should you grow rice made in Ghana and you go and eat Vietnamese rice? Why should you look for a cloth that maybe is manufactured from Egypt? Why should you see a cloth manufactured from Egypt and you want one that is manufactured from the US? Why can't we eat and wear what we grow on the continent by ourselves? Because in patronizing what we have, that's then, and providing the feedback, that's how we improve. In 1978, China was as poor as any country in African continent. And as they decided to industrialize, they flood African markets with cheap made in China goods which do not work. Those were the prototypes of how they were learning how to do things. So the famous thing of, oh, this is from China, we know it will last for 1 week. But today, Chinese products don't last for 1 week. They go 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So they used Africa as a laboratory for testing their guinea pigs. We were the guinea pigs of the things that they were doing. But now, if we want to change our mind, have a mindset, and grow our economy, then let's use ourselves to produce made in Africa goods and use made in Ghana people as the guinea pigs to improve our markets. Improve your markets by doing that. So let's determine today, all of us here, that you will never leave here without the commitment to look for an African-oriented thing, goods or service to patronize. So when you go to the shopping malls, look for made in Ghana foods to eat. Look for made in Kenyan tea to drink. Don't go for the tea for Tetley and Harrods. It is when we begin to do that, that's when we become prosperous. Because if we are about 1.7 billion people, and we are growing tea that is going to 1.7 billion people, then we are saying that that is your market. So we have created a market for the world, and they are dumping goods on us. The mindset is to build an ecosystem that will be determined to do that. And I think if we have just 12 million Africans determined to patronize African goods, determined to patronize African softwares, determined to patronize African wares, we will be able to gradually build this momentum that we are talking about. The last point I would like to mention on our mindset is what we do with our politics. Our democracy must help our people. It must reduce poverty. It must transform our societies. It must build an economy and create wealth for our people. Politics is a noble venture. It is a venture to transform societies. Don't leave politics. And all of you sitting here, and this is my advice to you. I spent 2 decades with the United Nations, served to the highest office, Executive Office of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and I was his special assistant. I've seen 36 countries in Africa and worked in over 51 countries around the world. And I've observed politics to the highest level. And today I am working, still reporting to the office of the president, and I can tell you this, and I'm speaking from my heart. Don't leave politics into the hands of characters. I call them characters. You are the drivers and the architects of your society. You build your communities. You are the real people that work in the real economy. You struggle to build your companies. But one political decision can scuttle everything that you've built. One political decision can destroy everything you built. If you don't get the policies right, it can scuttle everything that you built. So I am not saying that you leave your business and become a politician. But what I'm saying is this: determine that you'll be able to mobilize society in a very revolutionary way through the businesses that you're doing and the clients that you have, to create a type of politics that will make you succeed. Create the type of politics that will make you succeed. Demand the type of policies that will make you succeed as business people. Beyond individual advocacy, pull together as a team and let the business setup, let you that are enlightened, create a movement to structure a new political paradigms for Africa. A political paradigm where politics will serve the people. It will be government by the people, for the people, with the people, by the people. And you must be determined to do that, because it becomes a foundation for creating enabling environments for you guys to thrive. So don't leave politics into the hands of characters. And that is the mindset that you need to have. To the extent that we must have some of you engaging the politics and becoming the leaders of our society, the leaders of our political paradigms. If some of you with this passion can lead your countries, and there are 10 of you appearing in African Union, I believe we shall have a revolution in Africa. We shall have a revolution in Africa. Because today, Africa needs to reconstruct itself against the rest of the world and determine what we want for ourselves and for our people. We are going to be the most promising future for the world. We possess the natural resources that are needed to drive the next industrial revolution. We possess in ourselves the human beings that will be the workforce for the world. By 2050, every business in the world will need 8 out of 10. Every business in the world will have 8 out of 10 Africans or people of African descent. So the businesses around the world, they are looking at the continent to build strategic relationships. And there are things that are happening. Some are sending their people to have relationships and produce children. This is the way they are moving. So you have Chinese, African children. One of them will become a head of state and promote the interests of China. Hear me out. Go to Zambia. We know our colleagues are there. At one point, it's the Chinese that want to become the IGP of the country. It's happening. They are sitting in their rooms and thinking about a continent. Because when they look at the continent has the comparative advantage in terms of people, in terms of resources, in terms of marketing power. So everyone is looking at us. We have to seize this moment. And I want all of you to leave here beyond what you have achieved today. Leave here thinking, how can we hold the ground and drive the continent? How can we develop the expectations of the continent? How can we ensure that our children's children will be proud of our commitments and our contribution today? Determined to be the ones to hold the captains of industry. Determine the ones that influence politics and leadership. Determine the ones that will control the extraction of our natural resources and construct the markets that are needed. Determined to be the leaders of Africa. The leaders that your children's children will be proud of. All of you. Today, I'd like to encourage all of you to make that decision of determination that I will never leave here without shifting my mindset about being able to occupy the fortunes of this nation, of Africa, in a way that will benefit my children and children's children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ishmael Nee. What a charge on leaving generational legacy, not just for us, but our children's 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 children. As we move forward, I'm just going to invite the founder of Mcdan Group. He's the founder and executive chairman of the Mcdan Group. He's a leading Ghanaian entrepreneur with diversified interests in logistics, aviation, energy, and infrastructure, widely recognized for his contribution to private sector growth in Africa. And his son will be stepping in on his behalf, who will be speaking on Africa, the way forward. So can we give a round of applause to Nee Atukwe Macaulay.
Distinguished guests, leaders of the 40 under 40 community, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to stand before you today on behalf of Dr. Daniel Macaulay, Executive Chairman of the Mcdan Group. Africa is standing at a crossroads. One path continues the story of potential, the other demands performance and execution. When we talk about resetting the African mind, we are not talking about abandoning our culture, identities, or values. Our culture is our strength. What must change is not who we are, but how we think about scale, execution, and our place in the global economy. We must move beyond emotional attachment and start speaking in facts, numbers, and disciplined execution. Africa does not lack promise. What Africa lacks at scale is coordination, clarity of focus, and urgency. That is what we must reset. Today, Africa is home to over 1.4 billion people. By 2050, that number will rise to 2.5 billion, making 1 in every 4 people on Earth African. By 2030, Africa's combined consumer and business spending is projected to reach $6.7 trillion US. 6.7 trillion. Yet, despite these numbers, Africa contributes less than 3% of global trade. This is not because we are incapable, it is because we have not structured our economies to compete globally. That is why the African Continental Free Trade Area is not just another agreement, but AfCFTA represents a $3.4 trillion market, the largest free trade area in the world by number of countries. The World Bank estimates that AfCFTA can create intra-African trade by over 50% and raise Africa's income from $450 billion by 2035. But agreements do not create wealth. Businesses do. The real question for the 40 under 40 leaders in this room is not whether AFTA exists. The question is, how are you positioning your business to benefit from it? Africa today exports raw materials and imports finished goods. This single imbalance costs the continent over $100 billion every year. We export raw cocoa and import chocolate. We export raw materials and import refined products. We export raw agricultural produce and import packaged food. This is where the opportunity lies. Africa controls 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, 30% of global mineral resources, and the rapidly growing consumer market. The future African champions will not be traders of raw materials. They will be processors, manufacturers, logistics enablers, technology integrators, creative innovators, and regional distributors. Look around this room. We have leaders in agriculture, fashion, media, music, fintech, and the creative industries. Not to talk of manufacturing and health. To those in agriculture, Africa's food and agribusiness market is projected to exceed $1 trillion by 2030. That's just 4 years. Yet less than 10% of agricultural products are processed locally. That gap is your opportunity. To those in fashion and creative industries, African design, music, and culture influence global trends. Afrobeats fill stadiums globally. African fashion is showcased on international runways. But too often, we export the talent and import the profit. The way forward is building on structured. The way forward is fixing our unstructured industries and building structured industries around our creativity so that value stays on the continent. To those in media and technology, Africa's digital economy is expanding rapidly, with mobile subscriptions exceeding 1 billion and internet penetration crossing 50%. Platforms built for African consumers will define the next decade. The winners will not just create content, they will own ecosystems. From our journey, we've learned that Africa's biggest constraint is not opportunity, but infrastructure and systems. In logistics, I saw how difficult it was to move goods efficiently across African borders. Instead of accepting that as normal, we invested in infrastructure and systems that reduce friction in trade. That is how businesses scale. They solve structural problems. At Electrochem Ghana, we made a deliberate decision to move beyond extraction into industrial scale production. The goal was simple. Africa must stop exporting raw value and importing finished products. Value addition is not theory, it's a strategy. This is the mindset reset we need. The 40 under 40 leaders here are already succeeding nationally and internationally. The next frontier is continental expansion. AFTA rewards those who think in regions, corridors, and ecosystems, not just domestic markets. Ask yourself, how does my business scale beyond one country? How does my products move across borders? Who can I partner with in East, West, North, and South Africa? How do I build systems that will outlive me? Africa's future will not be built by isolated brilliance. It will be built by collaborative strength. And that brings me to something very important today: networking. Look around this room carefully. You have agricultural innovators, fashion entrepreneurs, media executives, investors, creatives, manufacturers, and policy thinkers all gathered here. This is not just a summit, it is a marketplace of partnerships. Africa's biggest weapon is fragmentation. We build in silos, we grow alone. We compete when we should collaborate. If AfTA is to succeed, collaboration must start here. I respectfully encourage the organizers to help facilitate a structured way for us to remain connected beyond today. If possible, let there be a shared repository or directory of participants who are open to collaboration. Let us not leave here with only business cards and photographs. Let us live with access to each other. And to everyone in this room, if you are open to partnerships, say so. Share your details intentionally. Make yourself available. Your next distributor may be seated beside you. Your next investor may be in this hall. Your next regional partner may be standing at the exhibition booth. Africa will not dominate globally because one person succeeds. Africa will dominate when many successful people decide to build together. We must also remember that by 2030, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world. By numbers alone, but numbers alone do not win. Skills win. Discipline wins. Execution wins. Entrepreneurs must become institution builders. Businesses must move from survival to scale. Africa does not need sympathy. Africa needs strategy. Africa does not need dependency. Africa needs competitive enterprises that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. The way forward is clear. Trade within Africa, add value locally, invest in infrastructure, build partnerships, think beyond borders. Africa is the future. The numbers prove it, the market proves it, the demographics prove it. But here is the final question. Are you ready for that future? Or will you be left behind while others seize it? The future of Africa will not be decided outside the continent. It will be decided by leaders like you in rooms like this. Africa is rising. The question is simple. Will you rise with it? Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause to all the speakers that have spoken this morning? Such wisdom and a charge to not just be in a room, but actually to be able to take things to move Africa to the next level. So now we are going to move into something different. We've heard from a dynamic range of speakers across different industries and different sectors. Now we're going to move into a facilitation, and I'm going to invite Apioko, Serum, Ashong, Abby to take us to the next segment. Let's all give her a round of applause as she comes. Good morning. Are we tired? Don't be tired, because we need energy for this. Good morning. There we go. My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Apioko is enough for Api, because it's a mouthful, even for Ghanaians. I'm a poet, an author, a media practitioner, and a creative entrepreneur. Now, this is what we're going to do. How many of you have been inspired this morning? Show by hand. By the way you're raising your hands, it doesn't seem like you're inspired. Raise your hands with energy. How many of you have been inspired? There we go. Round of applause for yourselves. How many of you feel like you've been sleeping on Africa? How many of you feel like you've been doing that? Even though you've accomplished things, you've been sleeping on Africa. Anyone here feel that way this morning? Hey, but the hands, raise it with vim. There we go. And I think all of us have. We've all failed our motherland in one way, shape, or another. And so we're going to go through some of the things that our speakers have shared. They've spoken from places of passion. They've spoken from places of experience. They've shared from places of pain. And so, first I'm going to say, is there anyone who has a question for any of the speakers? Any questions or you need clarification? Anyone? Some of you may never meet these speakers again. LinkedIn doesn't cut it. They're here in the flesh. So if you have a question, ask it now, here and now. Anyone? Okay. So I'm going to invite you up. Please come, a round of applause for the gentleman as he comes. Yes, come. And I'm inviting you up because we've said that we need a charge to be confident in taking Africa to the next level. So your confidence must bring you to this stage. Okay. So ask your question. Tell us who it's for.
Okay, so I think this is for Mr. Ishmael. Yeah, so we spoke about patronizing Ghanaian products, right? We are speaking of place of reality. So, okay, sorry. So we're speaking about, patronizing Ghanaian products, okay? And I am from a place, I do more of sourcing, okay? My question is, in Ghana, I've come to understand that there are a lot of things that we sell here which are much more expensive than the imported products, of which I don't know if anyone here is a witness or you don't experience it. You don't know. So my question is, how is it possible that we want to patronize Ghanaian products, but they are much more expensive than the imported ones, even after with duty? And how do we solve this issue? I think that's the most important thing. And then secondly, we are advised to stay here. So how do you advise somebody who is here in Africa and wants to go outside Africa for greener pastures? Okay, given the fact that we hear our journalists, giving this false information about Africa and everything. And then there are still Ghanaians over here or still individuals over here who wants to move out to outside, to Europe, South America, and the rest. And then I'm going to use an example of the shooting in Minnesota. Okay, we heard about killings, and then these are news which are online. But still, there's Africans here who wants to go to the United States and want to make a living over there. Whereas you can still be in Africa here, and then you don't get any black any racism of any sort of that. So how do you advise somebody who wants to move out of Africa, knowing all this racism going on out there, and still wants to move out to that same place because he or she believes that that's where he or she is going to make it?
Okay, thank you. Round of applause for him. Oh, yeah, the applause is weak, please. Round of applause. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so the question is twofold.
First was, if we're going to be patronizing made in Ghana, made in Africa products and services, how can we manage if they are more expensive than the imported ones? And then the second angle is, fine, we say let's stay, let's support, let's build the continent. But how do you advise someone who, even when they see all the negatives in other parts of the world, still want to go there because they feel that the grass is greener over there? So is Ishmael here? Or can anybody take that? Who wants to take it? Maybe okay, you want to take it. All right, round of applause for him.
Well, the question he asked basically has to do with our mindset. We are worried that people are not buying what we produce here, and at the same time, we are worried that even foreigners who come to our country, they sell and others buy it, but yet they don't buy what we sell here. Before I look at the big picture, let me give you a story in Ghana. At Kwame Nkrumah Circle, not too far away from here, we have Ghanaians who are selling, and there are Nigerians who are selling there. Ghanaian traders always fight with the Nigerian traders, not because Nigerian traders are not Africans, or they don't love them, or they don't like them, but simply because many consumers and buyers in Ghana would rather go to a Nigerian trader than a Ghanaian trader. The question is why? Because the Nigerian trader reduces the price, sell at a moderate price. The Ghanaian trader wants to skim you off, want to sell one thing for everything at once. That is a typical character of the African mind. In the 1970s, the late part of it, Jerry John Rawlings of Ghana stood up so boldly to fight against what we call the Kalabule. The Kalabule was a system where individuals who had goods and services selling would rather hoard it and sell at a very high prices to people. Now, in Ghana, anytime it rains and there is some water or flood, you find trotro or commercial drivers trying to demarcate portions of their travel. They take you from here to there, they take money, they move to the other step before they get to the last part. What it means is that we are a people, and let's be very frank with ourselves, we are a people who love to cheat. We are people who take advantage of other people. If a white man comes here right now from Europe, America, anywhere, anybody trying to do things with him want to take advantage of him because the person is innocent, does not know or understand anything. It is something we need to kill if we need to really move out of here. And until we come to a place where we don't need to cheat anyone, you don't need to take advantage of anyone, we will never move at this level. So that is the first thing. But let me make a point. Whilst the speakers were making their presentations, I made an observation. The observation is that Africa's problem is Africa's mind. Africa has no problem but Africans. We look elsewhere, we talk of colonialism, slavery, and all that. But the truth of the matter is that we are the problem Africa needs to solve. The day Africa solves the African problem is gone. Africa is cheating Africa. Our government, members of our government are not from space. They are not from Pluto or Jupiter or Mercury. They are from among us. Our business people, our politicians, they are from among us. So, who is doing this to us? When the Chinese are coming to Ghana, they don't know where the gold is. Who shows them where the gold is? When they bring their heavy machines, who help them to clear them? Who give them the land, if not us? Let us begin to look at the African problem in a way that will let us be responsible to solve it. Europe might have taken advantage of us, but who sold the slaves? If there was not a seller, where would the buyer be? So all the time, we like to position ourselves as victims, but actually, we are the cause of our problem. And until we begin to look at it from that perspective and stop pretending, and we become intentional, we cannot solve it. The second stage is this, talking about partnership. We talk about partnering ourselves. Why wouldn't the African partner themselves? Look at the Asians in Africa, the Indians, the Chinese, the Syrians, the Lebanese. Look at how they partner themselves to do business. Why can't we partner ourselves? Africans want to do business on their own. Everybody wants to be a CEO. CEO of this, CEO of that. So proprietorship. We are unable to put ourselves together. Everybody is a cheat. You are afraid of the other person. You don't trust the person. You don't believe he will be there for you. What we need are to build ourselves in a manner where we will appreciate the fact that integrity is key. You cannot eat your cake and have it. We have to understand that. Now, to the level of mental emancipation, first and foremost, it is true that we have a mental damage. In Africa, to end it all, we don't respect ourselves. We don't regard ourselves. If I go to the minister's office right now, and someone from Japan or America or New Zealand comes to the same place, the receptionist would pay more attention to the foreigner from America than to me. Why? Because he respects the American than his own self. When I wear black coat and tie in suit, I'll be called a gentleman. As if wearing tie and suit makes you a gentleman. When I speak English, my African brothers will tell me I'm intelligent, because to us, your ability to speak English is a mark of intelligence. When you do technical in school, vocational training, we are considered unintelligent. You have to do reading subject and others to be considered intelligent. These are the things that define our thinking. And so we cannot build technology, technical and vocational, and that is where we are. So we need to look at the mind and think of how to reshape it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You didn't tell us your name.
My name is Raymond Ablo.
Nice to meet you, Raymond. Thank you. Another round of applause for Raymond. He's broken it down very nicely. And I'll just add to that on the point of why things are more expensive. It also has to do with economies of scale. And that's why I wish Ishmael would come back. He's an economist. I studied economics, but I'm not an economist. I'm the daughter of an economist. Economies of scale. The more we consume and patronize, the more, ceteris paribus, the economists would say, all other things being equal. In simple terms, things, you can now invest more, the partnerships happen, and then you can begin to be competitive on your price. But if it's just the one person doing all the sewing, all the cutting, going to the market to buy the fabric, doing the marketing himself or herself, all of that, that cost is going to remain high. So unfortunately, it's a sacrifice we have to make to consume local at a higher price, and then later on, if we continue and we are consistent with that, all other things being equal, the prices can become more competitive. So that's one. And then there was the one about how can you advise someone who knows that things are not going well abroad but still wants to go. Well, sometimes people need to go and hit the wall and come back. That's the truth. But for those of us who know, we mustn't go. And when we do go, it should be to learn, to garner, to come back and sow. All right? Does anyone else want to take? Let me just outline a few things. So one of our speakers spoke about moving from potential to performance. That's actually our lead judge. And he spoke a lot about the fact that we continue to explain everything without actually moving into execution. Does anybody want to make any comments on that? What do you think hampers us from becoming masters of execution? Why do we talk everything away or talk everything into existence when it doesn't actually manifest? Why do you think we do that? And how can we break that cycle? Anyone want to take it? This is a conversation. We could have had a panel up here discussing this, but we believe that everyone in this room has a voice and has something valid and influential to say. So who wants to take this one? There's a hand over there. Round of applause for her. Please don't forget to tell us your name.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Andy from South Africa and one of the nominees. I think generally it's always easier said than done. It's easier to speak than it is to take action. Taking action requires intention. And I think that is what most people would lack. You need to be intentional and actually do it. Like Richard said, you have to be willing to take the risk. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst thing that can happen? So go ahead and do it and go for that dream.
Thank you very much. Our sister from South Africa. Oh, we can do better than that. You didn't raise your hand. She raised her hand. You won't clap. I believe the lady in red, the beautiful lady in red, wants to add to that.
She has a
No?
question. So
Oh, you have a question? Okay, so after the gentleman and then you go.
Okay. Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Richmond. I'm a student. And so about the question...
Please speak up a little and tell
Okay.
us your name as well.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm Richmond.
Hi, Richmond.
Yeah, I'm a marketing student at level 300. Thank
Can
you
we have a
so
round
much.
of applause for the students who are here? This is
So,
how it begins.
About the question, I think our issue is with the structure we have here in Africa. I mean, she said something about the intentionality. Once you decide to do something, you have to. When we don't have the right structure, we can't be in a place to start business and even continue. I mean, so once the government, or not even the government, once there is the right structure, I think we could be able to achieve whatever that we can. Yeah, thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you very much. Round of applause for him. So let me just make sure we understand what you're saying. You're saying that, yes, we have to be intentional. We have to make up our minds that we're doing it. But sometimes, even with intentionality, the structures are lacking. And so it makes it difficult for us to achieve. I'm sure the achievers in the room will have something to say about that.
So-
Circumventing the lack of structure as a structure itself. All right. Go ahead. Please tell us your name.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is AJ Bodo Collins, a BSc psychology student at the University of Ghana. So I want to add something in the perspective of psychology. I personally think that opportunities are not created. We find opportunities among ourselves. So in terms of the structure that are not being set here in Africa, I think that we have to have the mindset to create that structures for ourselves intrinsically. So in terms of execution of maybe visions and plans, I think that we are supposed to build a mindset that will help us to overcome our laziness, to overcome procrastination, to be able to execute that vision. As Sir Richard said, that we are supposed to be, we are supposed to allow our visions to lead us. And that part of it is allowing yourself to be immersed in it. A quote from one of the ex-presidents of United States of America, he said that to be able to lead, as a leader, you are supposed to lead. You are supposed to influence people, and to do that, you are supposed to own the world. So I think and I believe that as Africans as we are supposed to own Africa in our heart, to have that intrinsic motivations to execute our vision that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for him. We have to own Africa in our hearts. And what a profound statement to make on Valentine's Day. Fall in love with Africa, basically. The lady had a question, though, or we want to do all the contributions before we come to the question. Okay.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mcdan Jr., a farmer and a civil engineer.
Did you bring food for us?
Say again?
Did you bring food for us?
I will. I believe ours is about the support system. One of the speakers said, which is Richard, said we should go. Sometimes hit our head at the wall and come back. When they made their first move to the UK, they lost, they came back. They made their second move, they lost, they came back. It's because there's a support system. If you run at a loss and there's no one to support you, push you again, where does the vision go? The vision will be there, but the support system to push you again, to go into that venture, it's not there. In a system whereby, let me take myself for example. I have a fish farm, about 40 kgs. VRA open a flood and it takes everything away. Government is not there to support you. How then do you come back with a vision? How then do you become that entrepreneur that you are dreaming to become? So I think those who have taken the lead should be able to create that enabling environment for the younger ones who are coming so that we can also fall in their steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There was another hand. The lady in red over here. Yes, over there. Yes, so she can go ahead and ask her question. Okay, she raised her hand first? Super. Please don't forget to tell us your name.
All right. Hello. So my name is Shalina, and I'm a
Your
mechanical
name is?
engineer.
Your name is?
Shalina.
Shalia.
Yes, I'm a mechanical engineer and also a software developer. So my question is actually for, I don't know, Ms. Akia from Goldboard. Like, she mentioned that...
Do we have the gold board in the room?
She's gone.
Are they here? Can we find them? But please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so she mentioned that Goldboard is trying to find a way to transform the youth, right? So that's like making sure that anybody with talent gets the opportunity. Let's say you have this innovative idea, but the question is, how are they going to do that? Because like, I'm also like a youth, right? And on my own, I do stuff. Like I build like applications for people. I have like a company right now that I built a software for them, like front-end, back-end database. I handled everything. And I also work as an engineer whereby I do machine design and stuff. So for me, I also need an opportunity. I need someone to support me. So the question is, how are they doing it? Because I want to also grab this opportunity for myself to grow. Because like right now, I have several like thoughts, like several things I want to do. Because of that, I started my own company whereby I go to schools to train them, right? But like, you know, sometimes you also need someone to help you get some things together, but you don't have the money. And again, because of that, I was like, if it's going to be very difficult for me to get that, then why don't I just travel outside? Maybe I can get a better job, get myself some money and start something there, you know? So I want to get to know how they are planning to do that so I can grab opportunities like that for myself. And maybe anybody who hears about it can also go for that, you know? Yeah.
Thank you. A round of applause for her. Thank you for your courage and your vulnerability. Now, we have Goldboard back in the room. So this is the question, basically. When you spoke, of course, about all the wonderful things that the Goldboard is doing. Those of us who live in Ghana, we see it, we feel it, and we know where we've come from. But the young lady wants to know that when you talk about the Goldboard as a case study for creating opportunity for younger people to also, you know, bring their ideas forth, contribute to that, you know, forward thinking that we're trying to do. She wants to know, how can someone like her, I mean, she is not a jewelry maker, but she's a software developer. She's a young lady in tech. She's doing so many things on her own. When approaching an institution like yours, which is a government institution, how does she even go about it so that that partnership, public-private, can happen, and especially with a young person like her?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Our doors are always open to people like you. And then usually within the year, we have interns coming over to do national service or attachments. So through that opportunity, you can always walk into our offices. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Goldboard. And really, sometimes we feel the institutions are so big and they won't listen to us when we go. But sometimes it's really just going. But when you go with a proposal. Go with a ready pitch. Then the pitch decks become useful. Then the pitch decks become useful. But go ready, because when you have the opportunity, you must milk it. But the doors are open, she says, and I believe they are. Thank you. There's another question.
So,
okay. Richard
So
wants to
just,
add to that.
Just before I give it to Sandy, there was a question. It's more like a question or something, right? Is it coming from you? Was it like a question you're saying that how do you make it? How do you do it? It's not easy and all that, right? Yeah, because how do you grab the opportunities and all that? But it's not for you. Okay. The doors are open. Okay. Because I'm trying to say the thing I say is that when we were born, we came alone, even when we were twins. So the thing is that nobody owes you a dime in life. I want you to keep that in your head. If you can live with the perception to know that nobody, not even your father, owes you a dime, you will live well. Independence starts from the mind, in that to understand that you can make it, you don't need the help of anybody. What I mean by help doesn't mean you don't have to go to somebody. But when you get to a point, there are things I've done here, but most of my mates are politicians. They are in power right now. I can tell you, I know all of them. There are those I call, they never pick up the call, but we ate in the same bowl. I don't want to mention names, they know that. My friend is here, Raymond is here, he knows what I'm saying. We ate in the same bowl, we're in the same university, but you see, 4 years, they will be out of power, but they forget. Now, when they get there, I am still an entrepreneur, I'm still here. You'll come and meet me. Now, when people get to a certain limelight, sometimes it's not easy to connect to them on phone. There are those who listen when you call them. And sometimes it's not because you're looking for money. You need network. You see, one of your first point is that I have about 8,000 phone numbers on this. Phone numbers, 8,000. It includes even a fitter, mechanic. It includes even people like a plumber. You know why? Because you see, the very people that can solve your problems are those artisanal people that you don't even think about them. A cleaner left my house. It's been very difficult now because we can't clean. Everybody's job is important. You need to create networks. Now, it starts from where you're here right now. Oh, you take my number, connect me on LinkedIn. This is the beginning of it. And then the opportunities are around you. But you need to do a little scouting. In my area, what is there? The last time, quickly, I remember that, you see, people sell bread in Shell and all that. But you know there are people who are baking, but they don't have people who come and collect and give it to the Shell or give it to the convenience stores. Like, there are things around you. Now, some people decide to do some jollof on Wednesday and post it and all that, and then they serve it nicely with some decoration and stuff because everything is on YouTube. Now, creativity is your strength. The thing is that I have always asked God, give me the mind of Bezalel, the one who built the temple. Because you see, when you begin, we are not creative in this industry, what I realize is that I would have ended this thing a long time. But every time. So adding value to yourself, when you find things around you, learn to see how to add value to yourself as well. So the opportunities are there, but it's about you grabbing. They will not bring it to you. You need to look for it. And we'll say we need soldiers. Sorry, that's a tree. But you must have a lion mentality. Because the lunch is the focus. We have to go for the lunch. We don't need any other thing. I have watched South African animals, or for instance, when they are chasing all those things in the bush. You realize the deer will run and run. As for the deer, he will be running and running and running. He doesn't know anywhere. The lion is focused on the lunch. Meat. He needs it. How do you call it in terms? He wants to focus to eat the deer. As for the deer, you'll be jumping. If you jump, no solution. You must have a mentality of winning, not whining. It's not me. This happened. Why is this so? They won't mind me. They won't give me money. No, we are whining too much. You become noisy like a fly. But when you get to a point of focus and say, this is it, I speak real, so don't worry about it, right? Because I practically lived it. I was in Abosoka and I sold scraps, right? I carried what we call labor, concrete. Those who put it on your head pan, and they put concrete, right? I sold rubber bag. We call rubber bag is like, you know, when you are buying things, they give you rubber. In South Africa, when you buy food, you pay for the rubber. Here, you don't pay. It's Ghana free things. You pay for it, right? I think you pay for the rubber. I was selling those things. There's nothing I have not done here. And I've come to a point of time that I've lost a child. Now, what it tells me is that if you say things are difficult, I will tell you no. When you say, I will tell you no. Because to the point, and even that when I finished, I still went to my father and bowed and I said, if you took the child, take me on. The point is, let me move on. You must come to a point of understanding. You need to motivate yourself and cheer yourself up. The mirror is not for makeup alone. Look into it and see something else. When you start seeing eyeliner and mascara all the time, when you see only things and you don't see the future of yourself, then that's where the problem is going to come from. So you cannot actually make it. Look, everybody, the brain differentiation is not like somebody's brain is bigger than the other. It's about not giving up. Not giving up. I will not give up. I keep going. When you lose, you go. You lose, you go. You lose, but you see, when you lose one, hey, lose two. I don't care that this event will be done and I'll leave here with a zero. It's happened several times. You may think somebody say, I've paid. Look, if you look at the expenditure, a pontoke that is leading you, what cost? By the time you are done, you are down. And when the nominees leave it, they are ended because the award is what is gone. You won't get anybody say, oh, bro, you can't do that. Now, you must still survive the event the next day. Still look good. It doesn't, I'm not saying fake until you make it, but you must always try to cheer yourself up and give, like, encourage yourself. Speak to yourself. No, man, people have done, they couldn't get it. When you sat on this chair, somebody did the bulb light, it took him 1,000 times to fail. In failure, you find success. The opposite of success is not failure. Failure is part of the equation to success. You must fail. It's okay.
Thank you, Richard. I think there's a question at the back. But I want to tell you a quick story. We're here at the Kempinski Hotel Gold Coast, Accra, right? For those who live in Accra, you know that this is one of the most prestigious addresses, right? Now, in 2018, I mentioned that I was a poet. I wanted to stage my very first poetry concert. I didn't know anybody at Kempinski. I took a proposal, like I said, walked in here, looked for someone in marketing, explained why Kempinski should give me their ballroom to do a poetry concert on a Friday night. They were convinced. I told them that, look, you have the responsibility to give back to creatives because you have art all over your walls. It's what makes your hotel beautiful. Yes. And they gave me the ballroom. So sitting in this very space where I did my first poetry concert, I did it here twice more, and then subsequently in other very big locations. So sometimes it's not about who you know. I think we also have that perception a lot as Africans. It's about what you can do, how you can pitch, and your gut feeling that what you want to do is what has to be done. That alone, the power of attraction, can bring you what you need. So really, and it's not easy, I'm telling you, it's not. All the speakers here will tell you that it's not. But the mindset is, it's not supposed to be easy. And like Richard has said, failure is part of the success. That's the journey. That's the architecture of success. So the young people in the room, please don't relent. And don't grow up with this mindset that whom you know. So if you don't know anybody, there's no one to help me, there's no one to hold my hand, I won't succeed. It's also killing us and our dreams as Africans. Now the lady in red, you had a question.
Question.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Alliance, and I'm from Chad. So it's my first edition attending here, and trust me, I'm really inspired. The vision, the leadership, everything is on point. But then I noticed something that is kind of disturbing me, and I would like to raise it. I don't know, it might be weird to some people, but I noticed that most of the representatives and nominees are from African Anglophone countries. I come from a Francophone background. I speak Arabic and French. And assuming I would have loved to have my brothers here, considering the richness and the leadership we are actually learning today. But I look around, no one is here. No Francophone, nothing from a Francophone country. And I'm curious to know how the organizers of this event, which is great, how are they planning to include Francophone country, African countries in the future editions? Thank you so much.
Merci.
Thank you.
Richard?
Let me tell you how the 40 and the 40 works, and you understand. And there have been Francophones who have won. Niger, there's a lady there who was into, what's her name? Fatih, something. I can't remember the full name, but she won. Somebody has actually won in Benin, I think, before. There have been nominations. Well, Morocco is more of Arab and French, right? French. And Moroccans are here. There are 6 Moroccans here. I mean, Imad and his people. Are you from Morocco, just to confirm? Okay. So the thing is that when you open nominations, it go out there. We don't know who is under 40. We cannot tell. So we open it up, and then entries come from different countries. There are 22 countries that entered for this as nominations. But when it comes to traveling here, not everybody will probably be able to travel. It takes a lot to travel and come down here. It takes a lot of them. So you may end up not seeing somebody from maybe Togo, but it might have been a nominee. Senegal was, somebody from, I think there were nominees from Senegal. There were nominees from Cameroon. Angola is French. It's Portuguese, French. It's Portuguese, yeah. So there were nominees from Senegal and Cameroon. but the nominees are sometimes unable to attend. And if it gives a notice of 20 days and more, then it means that if you had won anything, you can actually send it to them and all that. So they are nominees up to the 22 countries and 110 nominees. But then it's not easy. I mean, you have 45 people that are traveling down here. That means that there's something we're doing right here as well. So you may not have everybody coming in. So we are pro. Even today, somebody's one will be translated into French as well. You will hear translation here, bilingual here. Small, thank you.
Yeah. OK. Je l'écris en français moins bien que je le parle. Mais, il faut devenir une ambassadrice pour le programme. Yeah? So you have to become an ambassador for the program. You have to. And speak to our Francophone brothers and sisters. Tell them why they need to be a part of the African conversation. No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. My name is Tanu. I'm from South Africa. I am a lawyer by profession. I'm an activist. I am a PhD candidate. I should graduate next year. And I'm a former healthcare worker. And I'm just as young as some of you guys. I'm only 32. And I just want to address a few young issues of which I've learned, I've known, and I've also experienced. Somebody mentioned something about infrastructure, right? I've got 2 law firms. One is in Sandton in Johannesburg, as well as in KZN. So it's 2 provinces, and it's in one of the richest square miles in Africa, okay? And when I started my firm, I had no money. What I did, because I had a vision, I was intentional about it, I started practicing at home. Whenever I needed to consult a client, I had to go and book a boardroom somewhere. So infrastructure, leave it. You will get there, okay? So you're not gonna, obviously when you finish your university degree, and then you start working, then you're going to afford. But if you have a vision, and you're intentional about it, and you see where you're going, as I've said, I've got 2 offices, and I've employed more than 20 staff members at the age of 32. And the lady also mentioned that they want someone, to fund. Listen, Kelly, no one funded me. What you do, you create your own funding. How do you do that? I decided, you know what? In order for me to stand out, because in South African context, seniority is everything, right? I decided I'm going to study, I'm going to develop and improve myself. I can tell you now, I represent ministers in the country. I advise very big business person in the country. I advise vice chancellors of universities at my young age. Because why? I have stopped complaining. I've invested in myself and also marketed myself and take myself serious so that the other person, they can take you serious. So what I would say to young people, guys, you don't need anyone to open any door for you. You must do it yourself. How you look, how you present yourself. You will never find me on social media making funny comments about trivial things. Remember, this is your image, right? So what you tell the world, it's what they will believe in. So if you bath, at least basic, and present yourself and improve yourself, study. For me, it has become a habit. Even now, I'm like, when I finish my PhD next time, I'm going for my MBA. It's doable. Okay, so guys, there's no miracle. You just have to do it and believe in yourself. And trust me, doors will open. I get phone calls from universities. Do you want to supervise our students? I never thought it's something like that would happen. So literally, in a nutshell, you are on the right path. Just continue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that's 32 speaking. That's 32 speaking. So she's not 52. In case you didn't hear, she's not 52. She's not 62. She's 32. Not far off from many of us in the room. Okay, there's another hand.
Yes, hello, I'm Selassie Ajiman, an artist. Okay, so to add on what she said, I think it's about preparation. It's about being available, being ready. If you are ready, the opportunities will come. Example, 3 weeks ago, I was a guest judge at a program, an art program. I wasn't even expecting it. I saw the ad, and I sent them a message like, I saw this, and I'm into this. If there is no space available, I just want to volunteer, even just to be an attendee or something. So I just sent them my portfolio, and the next thing they called me and they said, they have 2 offers for me. I was like, wait. Okay, so we want you to bring your artworks, and we want you to be a guest judge on our show. I was like, wait. I didn't know. It was just like 4 days to the event. So I asked myself, okay, so that's how the world works. You have to be ready, and you have to push. You know, you have to target the right people at the right time. So you're on a scout, like you're looking. Look for the people in your industry who are willing to pay into your service. That is all I want to say. Thank you.
Selassie, Akpe.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerry Musa from Nigeria. Of course, I'm based in the UAE, Dubai precisely. I initially didn't want to say much or anything, actually. But of course, I have this strong urge to stand up and speak. I'd like to draw a cue from my presentation at the Farmer Trust College yesterday, where I was invited to give a speech and encourage young scholars. I believe as Africans, we have a very unique USP. I say unique selling proposition, and that is the fact that we're dogged, we're strong, we're agile, we're youthful, we don't even age fast, we don't age quickly. We've got a very strong, metabolism, and of course we're strong. This is something we can bank on. This is something we can, use as an advantage across the world to become the persons we aim to be. Now, she said something about the fact that she was 32 and she's done so much. I believe we can always look around and draw inspiration from people like my sister from South Africa, myself from Nigeria. I was on the streets of Nigeria selling, hawking, to send myself to the university, the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. At some point, I couldn't pay my fees any longer. I had to resort to borrowing from friends, from colleagues, from other students to be able to succeed and do that. After then, I opened the Big Gazette in Dubai of all places, where it's considered very difficult for some Africans to be able to succeed. This I was able to do not because I had the opportunity or infrastructure were placed for me, but because while I was working and earning in Dubai, I was splitting my salaries half every month and putting half apart. Saving, it was quite excruciating, it was difficult. But I knew exactly what I wanted. I had to create the opportunity for myself, not because the Dubai government was going to support me. This was something I wanted to do, and I did excruciatingly. We're asking for support, for infrastructure. But of course, we are boozing every weekend at parties and spraying and turning up at events and lavishing our finances. It's fine to have fun. It's fine to want to celebrate. It's fine to want to be at the happening places and pop up the champagnes. But as an African, you already know that we are considered as disadvantaged first by being black-skinned, dark-skinned African. Then you should give yourself less to frivolities. Cut down the expenses and focus your resources to what matters. If your vision is that important to you, I believe you can sacrifice. You can cut your coat according to your cloth and make sure the resources are channeled to the right parts, to the right places to achieve your dream. Please do not wait. The future waits for Africans that will not wait for the government or for infrastructure to be built for them, but those that will take the bull by the horn and rather create chances, opportunities for others coming behind them and make way for the movements. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. One more?
Thank you. My name is Millicent Anastasia Ajamai,
and I'm a young entrepreneur woman. I'm a fashion student, graduated, and chef, but now I'm into horticulture services where we deal in landscaping and florist. I'm 25 years old. Yes. And I like to add my voice. Africa is the future. Not European country, not Dubai, Africa is the future. So you want to create something in Africa, you are investing in the future. I was in African Prosperity Dialogue, 4th February. It was about creating a borderless Africa. So our traveling between Africa countries would be much easier. You know, right now you want to travel to other African countries, you will have a lot of visa, you know, a lot of paperwork to do. But that is what the government is working on, borderless Africa, where we can trade in and out of our continent. So as a young African youth coming up in education, please, our mind should be Africa is the future. So you are investing in Africa, you are investing in the future. So if you want to start a business, start with your homeland, create a business. There is a lot of opportunities here. And that is what my friends say. From Spain, from America, all, they are coming here to create a business, to invest here, not there. So Africa is the future. You are creating here, you are investing in the future. So please, the youth, thank you for resettling the mind of the young youth. Thank you for this opportunity. So this is what I would like to add to my voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just end by saying that Mr. Macaulay did say that Africa is actually the present. So maybe that's also something we need to add to the dynamic of our mindset shift today. We're not the future, we're the present. And indeed, everyone in this room is the present. You've heard of the 77% of Africa? What does it mean? That as we speak, 77% of the continent is below 35 years old. And so the youth, like you used to say, oh, the youth is the future. We are the present. And you are witnessing a moment in the present right now. That means that you have a responsibility to make sure that all that we've discussed today becomes a reality for yourselves, for your societies, for your countries, and for the African continent. Thank you very much. I hand back over to my sister.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for our amazing facilitator, Apioka Serum Ashong Abi. One day I'll say it like a Ghanaian. And now I'm going to invite Richard. We've had some very important discussions, and I'm going to invite Richard to come and tell us how we can continue this dialogue and continue to have these conversations outside of this platform. Let's clap our hands for Richard.
That's okay. You think we're great. Okay. George, thank you very much. Yeah, you're doing well. Right, quickly, so we just want to sign a communique. What I mean is that we've discussed a lot of things here. And so Raymond Abloh was here. He was a rapporteur. He put things together. Now, you're likely to receive a text now on your phone because you registered. And then you see a communique that is talking about the way forward. And we want to sign this and send it to AU. I'm going to take you through my mother, Dr. Dlamini Nkosazana, to get to the AU. I want to make sure that we have to try and get it to the AFCFTA, that this is what young entrepreneurs are discussing. But I need the signatures. A friend of mine and a colleague of mine has developed an app. Now, by the time you get the text, then the text is coming to those who have actually registered. So if you're new, there's a QR code now. When you scan, it takes you to sign to the communique. And you can actually read the communique and then you sign it. And the signatures will be pulled out in PDF so that they know that not just one or two people are saying this, but a large number of people think that this is the way forward. And I think Raymond had already said the things: convocation of will, potential to performance, the end of explanation, the architecture of dominance, rebalancing fate, the craft of identity, and then the closing, he said irrevocable impact. So if you can scan, otherwise with nominees, I will put the link straight into your platform as well. And then, or you can scan it and get into it. And then immediately you sign, automatically it's downloaded on the PDF. Please, I believe that we all share the same idea of making Africa a great one. So we need to be able to sign this as well. Thank you very much. I want to believe that after this session, okay, you zoom into the fashion show, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Richard. So now we have a fashion show, and I'm going to invite Kwesi Quartier, who's going to orchestrate how the show is going to go, and it's showcasing the 5 Africa's craftsmanship. So let's welcome Kwesi Quartier. How do I say it? How do I say it? How do I say it?
All right, so my name is Nana Kwesi Quartier. A round of applause for her.
That's what I said, huh?
No, you said Kwesi Quartier.
Okay, say it again.
Nana Kwesi Quartier.
Hey, Nana Kwesi Quartier.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for yourselves. Come on, let's do it. I mean, to all the panelists, the speakers, Apioko, I see you, George, and others. I think Eureka also came around. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a lighter note, I'd like to welcome you all to the 40 Under 40 Fashion of the 5. And Fashion of the 5 is Africa's craftsmanship, proudly brought to you by Rios College of Design. And it showcases 5 great Ghanaian brands, and these brands are definitely coming here to show you the creativity, the innovation, and the collaboration of African fashion. And each brand stands on its own, showing you the excellence right here in Africa. So if you are ready, please, let's make some noise for them. Let's make some noise for them. All right, so we are ready for them, and I'm going to step off the stage this way because I've got some names to be mentioning. Let the show begin. Fashion of the 5, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with the Horseman shoes. So kindly pay attention to the shoes, ladies and gentlemen. The bag, ladies and gentlemen, the shoes and the bag, that's what you should pay attention to. Horseman shoes and bags, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so it's all about the shoes and the bags that you're watching, ladies and gentlemen. The models are making sure that you get to know the brands. Horseman shoes and bags. Fashion of the 5, we just had the first one, and we're still on Horseman shoes. And they're all made in Ghana, ladies and gentlemen. Ghana-made shoes and bags. Horseman. And don't forget, this is 40 under 40. Fashion of the 5, ladies and gentlemen. And it's still Horseman Shoes. Horseman Shoes, ladies and gentlemen. Officially made in Ghana. And these are the bags and shoes from Horseman. Shoes and bags, ladies and gentlemen, the finale. Once again, these are made from Ghana.
Whiskey, do you want mama? Make it animals to tingle. These guys I never see you.
All right, let's invite, ladies and gentlemen, the designer Horseman Shoes and bags. Let's welcome him with a round of applause once again. Let's do it for him.
Robos casca. If no be you, then tell me who.
Horseman Shoes and bags for the last time. Fashion of the 5. First designer on the runway.
Nobody messing with my love. You give me love I never see, yo. My love. Your love means so much to me, yo. My love. You give me love I never see, yo. My love. Your love means so much to me, yo.
We're getting ready for the next designer to hit the runway. And I'd like to welcome Mo Tribe Bags.
When everything is not well, girl, me carry gentle. No other girl with me act well. Two of us like pot and capsule. I just can't tell why we fight and we wrestle. I saw the fire.
Our next designer, ladies and gentlemen, Mo Tribe Bags. And the attention is on the backs, ladies and gentlemen.
No kissing, babe. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe. No kissing, babe. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe.
What else? Couple of the pop, baby. Yo, now me complaining was saying you so car no. Cause I know what the Panamera na kofani New York Abutena what the key na come my brado. And see my come by and I'm a friend of Bonde. But you know what of a care what power one share. And so the Pia Yana grow women so I'm really taking a piss. Them a kind of their one pay. And see me so the one I do I was it. Me person me be a jar. Watch my swatch and I go so many what the kaki and dance me person me so the moon pa. ABC be on a post or your bay. All I gotta do is take a hand and run away. Poppy go your car and I car. Also chinning mama and I'm in the video baby banana you late. I don't go look at your face, scared to say.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Fuku is also Mo Tribe.
Can I touch you? You look so sweet, baby. I said the cat was stuck on.
Don't call me, baby.
you're thinking of Fugu every Wednesday, Mo Tribe Box is the place to go, ladies and gentlemen.
None of them girls, they no bad. If them I know you, them no bad. No.
Mo Tribe Box and Fugu, ladies and gentlemen. All made in Ghana. Ghana made.
You say your eye open, but you no blind. When we fall, sun never shine. Boy, never ever undermine. I no be weak, oh, I just be kind. Hey, we are them move forward, but say I your bad mind that we see I am them confused. You know me before, you see me today, you go see I be solo. How they understand why some people say this thing be coco. Child, back then they call up like couch, you know, cause see nothing even cause a bobo. Me dem a be a drink.
Mo Tribe Box for the man.
Well, no go so sick for your corner and sip your cocoa. Fine boy when I pose, I see flashlights like a cook photo. Star boy when I pose from head to toe, I'm a back up. Challenge me na me some no one yes so won't go. I'm a back up. Bad man with the pra, I'm a back up. Me say me pursue your thing, come on happiness, I'm a back up.
Fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you.
We're still watching Mo Tribe Box and Fugu.
Are you done talking, yeah? Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking, yeah? Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking, yeah? Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking, yeah? I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah, I don't wanna be a player no more. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr.
And ladies and gentlemen, the bags are made up of Fugu and leather. So if you're wondering how come we're watching beautiful bags from Mo Tribe Box, it's the makeup of Fugu and then leather.
Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love.
And if you care to know, Fugu is no blouse, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're thinking in terms of blouse, no, Fugu is a Ghanaian-made African wear for the ladies and the men. And this is the finale for Mo Tribe Box and Fugu. A round of applause for them if your hands are free.
Tell me why they use Panadol for our headache. Yeah, how I go chop if my baby no chop. They want to spoil our market, yeah.
Mo Tribe Box. If we have a rep in the house, you can join them on stage right away.
Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo.
A round of applause for her.
Mr. Ronaldo,
Coming all the way from Mo Tribe Box.
money fall on you, banana fall on you, brother fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you,
Once again, this is 40 under 40, fashion of the 5, displaying your wonderful Ghanaian-made fashion wares right here.
Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Oh. And you're like a Mokobi. Give me your blessings, Father. I do wait for your blessings, Father. I do wait for your prophecy. Give me that, give me my money. More life to my enemies.
All right, thank you. Hold the music for me. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before our next designer hit the runway, I would like you to get to know them. Caveman watches and Maison Youssef perfume. These are the two wonderful designers that will hit in the runway. And the wonderful thing is, after the runway, they're going to come to you so that they can have you, have a feel of the perfume. So let's just get ready for them. So Caveman watches and Maison Youssef hitting the runway right away. Everything is made in Ghana here, ladies and gentlemen. Every one of them is made right here in Ghana.
Funny from Allah. Oh, yeah. Allah. Oh, yeah. 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 Funny from I don't talk on baby.
Caveman watches, ladies and gentlemen.
Charlie, right now the mood that they inside here. Be like say I want to fight Dubai. So mind to.
And you can have a look at it. I'm sure that they're going to come to you so that you can actually be closer to the watches. I know that most of you have been hearing of the watches, Caveman watches all over Ghana, and it's something to, have. If you're a man over here, if you are preparing for the Valentine this evening, I think if she's asking you for something to buy for you, Caveman Watches is the right place to go to so that you can have that also on your hand. Whether the left or the right, it's all good. All right, Mr. Music Man, let's have the music as we welcome our wonderful designers on stage. We also have watches for men and women, and also... All right.
Give me the one, nobody, nobody. Me say me love when you are good at it. Give me the one, kick it from top. Me say me love when you are mine.
To the top, to the floor. It's funny, if you look in me, but you bang on me, if you look basati, it's funny, if you look in me, but you bang on me, if you look basati.
Maison Youssef, ladies and gentlemen, Maison Youssef. And these are the perfumes that we're bringing to you, officially made here in Ghana. Maison Youssef, we're going to be coming closer to you and spray a bit of it around on you so that you can get it.
Calling you tonight, I want to make you feel me. Make me know the vibes. I don't want to sleep alone. Wanna hold you tight, but I fool my eyes. But I'll be alright. Forever. On my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say there no feelings.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our models are representing two designers, Caveman Watches and Maison Youssef Perfume. So you can see both of these wonderful designers on our wonderful models as they hit the runway. Luxury brands made right here in Ghana using selected ingredients right here also in Ghana. Mcdan Yusuf perfumes and caveman watches for men and women. A quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. After the runway, we're going to have Inspire the Next Generation. We're going to have selected nominees, those that actually registered, to hit the stage and then share their stories with all of us. So let's stay tuned for that one as we go through the fashion show. Share your stories and inspire generations right after the fashion show. Selected nominees, only those that registered. So if you're here and you're a nominee and you did not register, you're not going to be part of it. In the meantime, our fashion show continues on the runway. Mcdan Yusuf perfumes and caveman watches for the men and women only this Valentine and always.
Charlie, they do not too big. You did watch very cool. She did Gialanta. But then when she started work sharp.
So that's the finale, ladies and gentlemen.
One-on-one when nobody comes, she go scream, oh my God. Nation. You're back and like to my popo. What did they do me? I don't know. Why you go send me? I go. Cause I think you did.
All right, so we're going to allow our wonderful models to come down a little bit from their runway stage and then get into the midst of all of us, carefully and politely seated, so that we can have a feel of the perfume that's coming to each and every one of us. All right, so that's the finale, and the designer is also ready to hit the runway. Let's make some noise with a round of applause for the designer. That's for Caveman. Caveman watches. Let's invite Mcdan Yusuf Perfumes, the designer. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, designers. And I'd like to allow the models also to come down. Please walk off your stage and then get to us over here. And then open out the perfume and let's have a feel of it. Take your time as you're spraying the perfume. You might go wrong if you don't do it well. So let's have some music as we do this. Once again, after the fashion show, we're going to be sharing our stories and inspire the next generation. And these are selected nominees that actually registered. They'll be hitting the stage to share their stories with you. Mcdan Yusuf Perfumes. That's what you're smelling here as you get ready for a wonderful Valentine evening. And if you are not doing anything this Valentine, some of us are right here for you. All right? We're right here. All right, hold the music for me. I can see that a number of you have been able to have a feel of the perfume on your hands. Let me start with Apioko. Apioko, let me smell it before. You don't have any. Oh, come on, models, where are you? Please. Make sure she's getting one. Let me move to him. I'll come back to you. You on the phone? All right, so did you have a feel of the perfume on your skin, and how does it smell?
Oh, it smells wonderful. Very calm.
The word is wonderful and calm, that's all. All right, thank you very much. Let me check with you too. Come again. It's wonderful.
Floral, clean, just how I like it.
Okay, and how does it feel on your skin?
Feels good. It's got an oily base, which I like. Yeah.
Okay, so this evening, have you set up a date for the evening?
Date is in South Africa.
It's in South Africa. You are in Ghana, so you have to look for a Ghanaian. All right? You have to look for a Ghanaian. We're right here. Let me check with you. I like the way you're smelling. I like the way you're smelling it. Share with us. Hold the music, hold the music, hold the music. Hold the music, hold the music. Hold the music. Hold the music, hold the music.
Okay, so from the one I have, it has this lemon kind of flavor in it, which is good.
Lemon. So you like lemon, huh? For Valentine's. That's good. Let me check with you. I like the way you're holding your nose. Are you still smelling the perfume? Maison Youssef perfume.
It's amazing. The smell is amazing.
The smell is amazing. Then I'm gonna for your amazing, sir. Bibia, amazing. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Apioko, coming to check with you before I go to this side. As we get ready for our final designer to hit the runway, Apioko, Madame Achon Abe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have one called the Voyager. It really does take you on a journey. So the name is apt. Very floral. There are a bit of woody notes, I think, as well. But I love it. It can compare with anything in the world that we think is good.
Do you have a Valentine voyage to make this evening?
Oh, no.
Oh, Apioko. You have the red there also. Thank you very much, Apioko. Let me move to the gentleman over here. Can you talk to us?
It was good.
Yours is, it was good. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me check with you. Talk to us.
I like the smell. It has a woody smell.
It has what?
A woody smell.
A woody smell.
Yeah.
All right, so it's more down to earth. That's the kind of smell you like. You be my man. You be my man. Thank you very much. Hello, sister. Talk to us.
Yeah, very fruity and it's nice.
I can see that you like fruits.
yeah, it gives morning energy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And then finally, let me come to my ladies right here. They are checking the taste of the smell too.
Oh, it's very nice.
It's very nice. Are you going to say it's very good? All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Maison Youssef perfume. And we're getting ready for our final designer to hit the runway. A spot of music, please.
I get my top for my head, and nobody understands. I'm a shako, 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 shako.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next designer is Sarah the Dressmaker.
Let me know if I embarrass you with my money. Girl, let's fly out to Paris. Let me know.
And ladies and gentlemen, I can confidently say that without Sarah the Dressmaker, I don't think every year and year on, we will continue to be having 40 under 40 awards and conference. I just want you to know where and why I'm talking about this. Sarah the Dressmaker happens to be the wife of Mr. Richard Abe, the man behind the wonderful conference that's happening right here. That's the man, You know, he's waving. Urgent points so that this evening is going to be good for him. Urgent points. Yes, Sarah the dressmaker on the runway. This is for the men, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah the dressmaker. If you want to go to the weddings, the parties, the birthday parties, Sarah the dressmaker is the place to go. And you can get her right here. She's with us, showing all of us her wonderful designs for men and women. Sarah the dressmaker once again. This is for the men only.
Things are going and I'm taking my lessons. To me down, try to keep your one eye open. Left eye closed and the right eye working. One eye open, no. To me down, keep your one eye open. One eye open, one eye open, one eye open, no. Why live in a city of police?
And this is for the ladies and gentlemen. Official African wear for the ladies. Sarah the dressmaker right here.
I keep on balling in hey, I keep on balling in red masala. Some people who asking me Zaza, sending me dollar, sending me Zaza. Me sending me flowers, so asking me half to me the desire, see me from down. Some people who asking me Zaza, sending me dollar, sending me Zaza. Me sending me flowers, so asking me half to me the desire, see me from down. See me down, try to keep your one eye open, left eye closed and the right eye working, one eye open, no. One eye open, one eye open, one eye open, no. See me down, try to keep your one eye open. Left eye closed and the right eye working, one eye open, no. See me down, keep your one eye open, one eye open, one eye open, one eye open, no. Come down, some people who asking me Zaza, sending me dollar, sending me Zaza, messaging me flowers, so asking me half, to me give me Zion, see me come down. See me down, try to keep your one eye open, left eye closed and the right eye working, one eye open, no. Come again. See me down, keep your one eye open, one eye open.
Sarah the dressmaker once again. For the ladies only.
Left eye closed and the right eye working, one eye open, no. See me down, keep your one eye open, one eye open, one eye open, one eye open, no.
I'm a piano for the South Africans. Yeah. Dr. Angeli, one time. Yeah? Yeah? South Africa, you want to hit the runway? Hey. Where are the South African men? I'm a piano. How do you go down? How do you go down? Go down. Yeah. And turn around. And turn around. Flavor the day. Flavor the Valentine Day. Hey. South Africa in the house, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you. A round of applause for the South Africans in the house. Yeah. All right, let's continue with Sarah the dressmaker, ladies and gentlemen. Still on the runway. This is for the men. This is how the man of today dresses and looks like in an African wear.
strata, banale matata, ipita mamita shishirisa pesca strata, aba bolegana tela ayo pesca tata, afti pata pata nzoziteli pasarita, ke bana ba strata, banale matata, ipita mamita shishirisa pesca strata, aba bolegana tela ayo pesca tata, afti pata pata nzoziteli pasarita, ke bana ba fastrata, 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 ke bana ba fastrata, 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 fastrata.
Ladies and gentlemen, the finale for Sarah the Dressmaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it's time to introduce our designer. She happens once again to be the wife of Mr. Richard Abbey. She's the backbone of all the wonderful awards that you know that Exodus Communication has been having over the years, and also the 40 and the 40 awards and conference. She happens to be Mrs. Mademoiselle Sarah Abbey. Sarah the Dressmaker.
Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just they wonder say which can party everything yakba, everything push it. I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boy then they like to throw away. Come on, see go there.
All right, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the 40 and the 40 Fashion of 5 was proudly brought to you by Wills College of Design, arguably the leading fashion school in Ghana. You can locate them at Shawulu, inside Shawulu. Just go there, ask of Wills College of Fashion, and you're going to get to know them. All right, so it's time for us to share stories and inspire generations. And these are selected, registered nominees. I'm going to hand over to the MC of the day, and she's going to take off with that. A round of applause for her.
A round of applause to all the people that were involved in the fashion show. Can we give a better round of applause to all the people that were involved in the fashion show? How amazing was that? Can you believe that we are getting into the last segment for today? And I'm going to invite in a moment Miss Angela Senosha, and she's going to facilitate a segment called Share Your Story, Inspire Generations. And this is a segment where some of the nominees have 2 minutes, I repeat, 2 minutes each to share their stories, and hopefully this will empower, this will motivate, and will encourage us in the room. So, Angela Senosha is the head judge for 40 Under 40 South Africa Awards, and she's also the founder and the CEO of Positive Switch, a 100% black female-owned boutique human resource consultancy that partners with you to co-create simple, fit-for-purpose human resource solutions. Let's welcome Angela to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Can we try that again? Hello. Thank you very much for that. In fact, after all the thought-provoking conversations we've had today, I think I can do one better. So hello to Africa in all her brilliance today. Is that it, guys? Really? Hello, South Africa. Thank you very, very, very much. So I'm Angela Senosha, and I'm proudly South African. It's a great honor to be here today. I design human capital solutions to equip investors and founders with the confidence and the clarity that they need to be able to make informed investment decisions. But today, I am here to celebrate you, our nominees. Today is a very special day for me because it was 5 years ago when I stood on this very stage to receive my 40 Under 40 Africa Award. And needless to say, it's never been the same since. So I want to tell you my story, a little bit of my story before I call up the nominees on stage to share their stories. So it was New Year's Eve in 2021, and I'm sitting in my patio, and I have a tall glass of something delicious, and I get an email from the organizers that says, "Congratulations, you've been nominated to participate in the maiden edition of the 40 Under 40 Africa Awards." I had never heard of these awards before, so I had mixed reactions. There was some excitement, and then I was a little bit skeptical. But the excitement took over, right? Because as I sat and thought about it, I thought, somebody else actually believes in my vision. Somebody else sees us as worthy of recognition and celebration. And then I did what needed to be done. I completed the necessary documentation. I submitted it. Fast forward to 2022 March. We are sitting right in this room, and it's been just really amazing. So I won the award. Yes, it was validating. Yes, it was exhilarating. And yes, it was very emotional. But what I didn't know was that I was not just winning the award. This award was more than just an award. It was a responsibility. It was being part of a community. It was being part of a movement. And ever since, I've transitioned from being a nominee to an award winner, to a contributor, and finally I serve as head of jury for 40 Under 40 South Africa. So it's really been life-changing on my part. Okay, enough about me. Let's get to the business of today. I'm going to call up some of our nominees to come and join me on stage. Kunle Onifade, please join me on stage. Dr. Andile Mulukume. Deborah Kangai. Charles Kevin Kamau. Charles, are you here? No? Hello. Dr. Mohammed Vavani. Tabelo Rapila. And Sane Mbata. Who am I missing? I'm missing two. Are we going to have another two? Anybody who wants to come on stage. Asmina, join us on stage. You can take. Thank you. And one more. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, to our nominees, we've had some really thought-provoking conversation today, and here's an opportunity for you to share your story. We've got 2 minutes, a very strict 2 minutes, for you to introduce yourself, to tell us about the problem that you're trying to solve, and let's see what comes out of that. Are you good with that? Wonderful. Are we going to start with you, Sane? There we go.
Like really? Okay, guys. My name is Sane Mbata. I'm an attorney by profession, which means a lawyer. And I also lecture in the law schools, lecture trainee lawyers, which are called candidate attorneys. I'm also co-supervisors for undergraduate research students, law students, obviously. And also a PhD candidate. I'm doing research on sexual reproductive health rights of young girls in trying to curb the teenage pregnancy prevalence, and I'm actually doing comparative study with Kenya. I'm also an activist. I'm a politician within the legal space. I belong to Black Lawyers Association and also South African Women Lawyers. So what do I do? Also, obviously, I'm a managing director and founder of Sane Mbata & Associates, which is a legal firm. So what do I do for a living? Precisely, I solve legal problems for persons, for normal, natural persons, business persons, politicians, literally everyone who's got a legal problem, and I represent because I am duly admitted as an attorney, so I can go to court and represent my clients there. Basically, that's what I do for a living.
Thank you very much, Sane. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her. I have one question for you, Sane. How do you carry the responsibility of being part of Africa's global story? You do quite a bit, and it touches on many different areas. How do you carry that responsibility?
Yeah, I forgot to mention something. I do also do community outreach activities. So how do I do it? For me, I come from a very impoverished rural area in KwaZulu-Natal called Vryheid. So I grew up not having role models. I grew up not knowing what I wanted to do. So it's something I had to, when I was older, then hence I've changed careers. So I started as a theater sister, then I moved to law and I realized, okay, this is what I want. So for me, it was a matter of, it's not because as Black people we don't know, but we don't have, it's lack of knowledge. So that is why I try in my own time, in my own space to contribute by literally sharing and also imparting knowledge so that people can know that actually in order for you to be a lawyer, this is what you need to study, right? If you have a problem, right? You need to approach lawyers. If somebody does this to you, it's unlawful, it's illegal. You must come and seek assistance. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sane. Moving on to Dr. Andy Lemologumme. Please introduce yourself and tell us the problem that you solve.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Andy, and I'm 30 years old. I became a doctor at the age of 23. And by then, I had already started an organization called Phenomenal Young Persons. I started it when I was 17, seeing the need for young people to realize their God-given calling early. My principle in life is that when young people start early in life, they have a chance of making it. Until date, we've impacted over 65,000 young people in South Africa and beyond through career planning, and we take them to university and expose them to different career paths. And I also own a cosmetic beauty brand. It's called Andy Beauty, which I started in my second year internship when I was 25. Until date, we sold over 5,000 unit products in South Africa and beyond. 3 years ago, I expanded the company and started my own practice. Right now, we moved from renting into owning a space where we are offering medical health care. My principle in that line is that when we focus on primary health care, we can improve the life expectancy of people by not waiting for them to have disease such that it complicates and becomes more expensive to treat. And I'm also doing the Andy Beauty Spa, which offers wellness services.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. And to you, sir, please go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what it is that you do.
All right, so all protocol duly observed. My name is Onifade Adekunle Idris. I'm the CEO, Universal School of Aviation in Nigeria and Sierra Leone. So Universal School of Aviation started from a very humble beginning as far back as 2008 when I was quite young. I was 21 years then. I saw the need to create an avenue for young people in Nigeria to come into the aviation industry. Because before then, aviation used to be a very big deal where you have to go outside the country to go and learn such profession. We had only one federal government institution that takes care of the need of those that wish to come into the industry, so it was quite competitive. So I took that bold step as at 2008, establishing a Universal School of Aviation in Lagos, and then welcoming youth who wish to take up a career in aviation. And then fast forward to 2019, we expanded the campus to Abuja, which is the capital of Nigeria, becoming the first and only school in the country to run multiple campus of aviation training. And then we continue to train those that want to become flight attendants, getting licensed to fly both within and outside the country. We equally started training for ground pilots, flight dispatchers, aviation security experts, and other allied aviation courses. And as of 2021, after the COVID, we were invited by the government of Sierra Leone to come and establish or extend or expand the school to that country to enable them get the ICAO certification to be able to also, train their own citizens. So their citizens, just like in Nigeria some few years back, always go outside the country for training. So we went into Sierra Leone, and their citizens are also able to get domestic aviation training. So today we run training in Lagos, Abuja, and Freetown in Sierra Leone. So thank you very much. That's the little I can tell you about my journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Onefade. Thank you very much. Deborah, you're welcome. Please tell us. To my nominees, please be mindful of the 2-minute.
Well, thank you, Angela. My name is Deborah Kangai from Kenya. I am a tourism professional. Besides that, I teach at the University, Chuka. And more to that, having interacted with students across all ages, and once being a student raised up in Kenya, I realized there is usually a huge gap, especially between the young people who have less opportunities and are privileged, to the real opportunities in the world. So with that, I, with my other colleagues that I met in Hungary, we co-founded an organization, Ascent Change International, and through that, we are training teachers and students on competency-based education. Currently, we have a program that trains teachers on CBC, lesson planning, and project-based assessment. And we also have a program for teachers' leadership, that is the Kenya Secondary Schools Mentorship Program, and we have the Data-wise Secondary Schools Mentorship Program that empowers the teachers on decision-informed leadership in schools. We also realize that we cannot run away from holistic mentorship. Young people require social well-being, psychomotor skills, and all other aspects. And therefore, we have the youth seminar series that helps young people, those that are in schools, high schools, colleges, and universities, in developing an holistic approach in life. So with that, currently we have impacted over 600 students across Kenyan secondary schools, colleges, and universities, as well as over 30 teachers who have been trained on competency-based education program. We have piloted a program at one of the schools in Kenya, Komalok schools, and the results indicate that there is huge gap, especially between transitioning from the grade 7 to the junior secondary school and the senior secondary schools. And that way, we are aligning our programs with the current curriculum that Kenya is rolling out. So what I would say to young people is that do not wait until you are ready to start something. The time is now. You are the future of today, and the future is now. Whatever you have, that idea that you have, the idea that keeps visiting you every day, work on it. Don't wait until tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Deborah Kangai. Thank you very much. Dr. Mohammed, please introduce yourself and tell us what it is that you do.
Good afternoon. Name is Dr. Mohammed Warvani. I'm the MD of Aluminium Trailers Limited, ATL, your trailer partner based out of Dar es Salaam. We manufacture the state-of-art. We are the only manufacturers of aluminium fuel tankers within East and Central Africa. And we are based out of Dar es Salaam, but we export to all of East and Central Africa. I've been in the industry, in the automotive industry for the past 16 years, being a business graduate, not an engineer. And the first thing I remember I would want to share with everyone here was that when I went for a job application, I was told I had no experience. Then I just questioned them and I told them that if you don't give me experience, how will I earn it? So that was my turning point of not giving up in life at all. And today we learned another important thing, which is performance over potential. And that has been the motto, with a different meaning, of course, in my purpose of life. And that includes the youth, the young upcoming youth that we are trying to empower within our capability and capacity to make sure that nothing is impossible. Be the change that you want to be. Because at the end of the day, this is Africa. This is who we are. Let nobody tell you something else. Because this is the potential. No, sorry, I contradict myself. This is the performance that we want to see we have in the future. Because as we were just talking, look at opportunity. I've been in Ghana for 3 days now. Look at what the road network, the agriculture, the energy sector. This is West Africa. I come from East Africa. If all of us combine, we have North Africa here, we have Southern Africa here. This is, I mean, the free trade area that AU is developing, it seems more and more of a possibility. I know they're talking about dumping and all that, but isn't China dumping on us? So why should we not encourage this kind of things? And for me, that's what I always tell. I mentor a lot of young students, youth politicians, and I have weekly meetings with them, and I keep telling them that the sky is not the limit. And the only failure that you will have in life is yourself, if you allow yourself to lose. So for me, that is it, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Dr. Mohammed. Thank you, sir.
Don't bother to check my name because it's not there. Well, I wasn't supposed to be here because while the registration was going on, my company, the Big Gazette's official website, was hacked by suspected, cyber criminals. So I wasn't able to receive emails regarding this. My name is Jerry Bosa, once again, the CEO and founder of the Big Gazette, one of the biggest cryptocurrency publishing companies in the UAE and, of course, the MENA region, the Gulf region. I'm quite blessed to be here today. I'd like to share my experience with you. But I was saying the other time that I was struggling with paying school fees when I was in Nigerian student journalism in Lagos State, Nigeria. It was quite critical. It was quite difficult to go through school. I was almost dropping out until one lecturer stood up and said, well, let's give him a chance. And I got to write my final exam and I graduated. After that, I got a job with DAC Communications PLC. That's Africa's biggest conglomerate in media. And of course, I was able to recoup myself, put myself together, and of course, paid all the debt I owed. I moved back over to the UAE, worked for a couple of years, saved from my salaries, and I created the Big Gazette because I felt like the rhetoric, it was always becoming something usual for African stories to be written from the European perspectives. So I felt like, what best way can I get to rewrite African story from African perspective, if not for infiltrating the media landscape with the African narrative and telling our stories from the African eye. So I made the Big Gazette, and we've been able to incorporate, out of 30 writers, I've got 25 writers who are Nigerians themselves. My way of giving back to the Nigerian society, and also to recruit Nigerian voices, train Nigerian writers, and give them global platform. I didn't create a Nigerian platform. I made a global platform and brought Nigerians to come and write and lead conversations, global conversation, cryptocurrency, finance, blockchain, AI, IT, and ensure that Africa is not left behind in global conversations when it comes to finance and world financial power play. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A quick question for you before you move the mic along. Do you think that the African mindset needs permission or just a reset? Very, very briefly.
Whether you need permission, right? Can you answer the question again, please?
Do you think that the African mindset needs permission or just a reset?
Needs permission, is it?
Yes.
I believe it doesn't need permission. We don't owe no one apologies for being African. I didn't get a permission to come off stage here. I wasn't supposed to be here. And that's the mindset I had throughout when I was struggling. I didn't have to take a permission to succeed as African. I'm dark-skinned, I'm black. I have to go and show the fact that we Africans have got something to show the world. And that's the mindset I always try to inculcate into my writers and my publishers everywhere I go, that we Africans have no apology and no need to take permissions to be African and also be successful Africans. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Ashmina, tell us about yourself and your organization.
Hi, Angela and everyone here. My name is Asmina Musa. I am South African. I am the owner and founder of Touch and Go Laser Bar. It is a beauty bar in Johannesburg. I own 3 of them. I specialize in laser hair removal and advanced beauty treatments. I am also a founder in my own business of the Touch and Go Care initiative, where we actually take care of widows, pensioners, and single moms. We provide their basic necessities through my foundation and the community that I obviously reside in. I have been in the industry for 16 years, and Touch and Go is going to be 6 this year. And thanks to 40 Under 40, I is the first Indian Muslim girl in my community that actually made it to Ghana. Thanks to Richard, Abby, and his team.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Asmina.
Thank you. And I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to be the first in my family to do this, first in my community to do this. When I said I'm coming to Ghana, the community and my family was afraid. Asmina's going alone. What's going to happen? Is she going to be okay? But here I am at the 40 Under 40 Awards 2026, and I'm so happy. So thank you to Richard and 40 Under 40.
Thank you. To my nominees, I have one more question. Anyone can take this one. What is that thing that the world gets wrong about African excellence that you are actively proving differently? Anyone can take this one.
I think I can take this because I think what what sometimes the world thinks is that we are inferior. And if you look at, let me ask you, what is the world's fastest growing economies, if you look at in terms of the infrastructure, the finance technology, fintech, AI, or IT, we have the likes of Nigeria, we have the like of Kenya, South Africa. I mean, we've got the regional hubs all coming into Nairobi, for example. We've got into Lagos, we've got into Johannesburg. They think that sometimes I feel that, you know, the conception is, there's a lot of misconception that we, for example, he said, Richard said that you speak good English, yeah? I had a similar, I worked for Scania, which is the world's, one of the world's largest manufacturer of trucks. So I went to a senior, when I was in Sweden, I was told, I was conversing with a fellow member, and he said, you speak fantastic English. I said, what did you expect? Yeah, so, I mean, those are the assumptions that people make about us. And that really, I think it's good to inform them that we are on a different level right now. We are moving much further. Look at the innovations, look at M-Pesa, for example. Right now, M-Pesa is under the scourge of being taken by more Vodafone, right? So that's what I'm saying, that it is Africa is the future.
Thank you very much.
Can I also answer the question, please?
In half a second.
Absolutely. So this thing about African timing was a big problem, because when I was getting to the Dubai work market and I was going for interviews and trying to get a job, it was like, how do you think about the African timing? I hear you guys always arrive at every event 30 minutes, 1 hour late. I'm like, just give me a chance and I'll prove you wrong. I got on the job, and for 3 months that I worked there, I always arrived 30 minutes before time. And that led to me getting promoted within 6 months of my working there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you took some motivation from our nominees right here. But to our nominees, thank you very much for sharing your stories. And in the spirit of Valentine's Day, I want to encourage you to keep shattering these glass ceilings and making the rest of the world nervous. It's so irresistible. As African trailblazers, let's just be clear about one thing. Africa is our business in every sense of that word. She is no longer asking for a seat at the table. She is redesigning the whole room. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. So I will leave that to the MC, but then just to let you know that those who are here, that I have a book, and it's outside. If you want to get one of the books, please, you can get it. And then when you go, please spend some time and look at the things that we have there. And especially those who have traveled and come here, there are things that you can get. My major interest is in some of the dresses, and again, the investment you can make in buying a good tablet, and it's increasing every week, and every other time it increases. So when you buy a tablet from them, the Go tablet is flat, it's in ounces. By the time you buy, in the next 1 week, when it goes up, it means you still have that investment. You can come back and give it to them. You have dresses there. You have people that are also selling shoes and bags. This one as well. And then my wife is there as well. And then a couple of them. Please make some time and go there. And then I think Rodna will handle the rest in terms of how we are going to have something. And then that's it. Okay, Rodna? Hello, Rodna? Yeah, I'm done. All right. So I'll see you tonight for the awards. It's restricted for few, so please. But then we'll see you tonight. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank all the speakers. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you very much, all facilitators. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, Kenny.
Ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially at the end of today's Under 40 Champions Summit 2026. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for taking part in being in this room. Today was not just a program, it was a call to action. under the theme, Resetting the African Mind, a Giant Step to Global Dominance. We have been challenged, we have shared experiences, and have strengthened a collective vision for the future. To our speakers, our panelists, our sponsors, and the organizing team, we say thank you. Thank you for your commitment and for your excellence. And can we just give them another round of applause? Thank you. To our nominees and attendees, continue to lead boldly and execute with purpose. Thank you once again and have a wonderful day. We look forward to celebrating with you this evening. And I'm going to invite all the nominees and all the speakers. We have the wonderful Sandra over there who's going to escort you into room 2. So if you could please start making your way. And I also should note that 40 Under 40 has a charity project. So if you'd like to get involved, if you'd like to donate to the charity, please do come and see me at any point during today. And then for everyone else, the wonderful guests who aren't the nominees, there are some nibbles outside, so please help yourself. We'll see each other in the evening.
And you say you can.